Hello, ladies and gentlemen, squids and kids, and everybody here in IPL Splatoon Twitch chat and elsewhere. Hello, friends, and welcome to Checkpoint One's third tournament, I believe. My name is Aderon, or Matt, and I'm here with Miss Vic Vallon, the wonderful only. Hello, Vic Beyond.
Hello, my name is Vic. You may also know me as Victoria or Vic Beyond. We're here just to enjoy some gameplay today from Checkpoint One. They've gone through a lot of effort to put these teams together. If I remember correctly, this is a draft tournament?
Mm-hmm. It will switch between draft and I think they've also got a Swiss bracket as well, possibly. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of opportunities to watch a lot of different players and a lot of different teams. And coming up first, we're actually going to start off with some of our lower team brackets, so the below X rank gameplay. So for those that don't know, Checkpoint is a server where we've got people from all sorts, all walks of life, all ranks, all levels, and so you'll see a lot of X rank gameplay, but you'll see some teams who are below X, and that's perfectly okay. So today we have Cashflow versus Off-Brand Sandwich Cookies.
We were having a fun little conversation just prior, talking about how I was a bit hungry, started to eat some cookies, and Aderon was like, oh!
You're thinking ahead. You're thinking ahead, Vic.
It just made us ready for the match.
Yeah, exactly. Were you having Samoans, I believe?
Yes, I was. I was. Can't resist a good Girl Scout cookie.
Now those are, correct me if I'm wrong, those are like the caramel, like coconutty kind of things, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. And we got the match actually starting up here. I'm gonna be staring at their little cookie team tag this whole time.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Hey, that's a good way of doing it.
Also, for people that don't know, over on the Twitch chat, there is actually a vote, so people can predict who they think is gonna win.
Yo, cool.
I'm voting for the cookie team.
Oh yes, they are cookies after all.
All right, looking at the weapons here, it's a good mix. We got one backline on both sides. You got the ballpoint versus the E-liter. You have to wonder how that's gonna be going down.
I think considering on this map, especially since they have the center in zones, it's really going to depend on which team is going to get control first. If Cookies comes in and they're able to put their backliner on the top of that spot, well, for example, it looks like we've got exactly that. We have Team Cookies getting the control of the zone first. E-liter is probably going to stay back until they maintain control. If they're able to get a wipe, ooh, that's a tough cancel. If they're able to get a wipe, they'll probably be able to push up. And if that E-liter gets on the top tower in the middle, they're going to have a really good control of Team Cashflow's drop at the middle.
It's like Team Cashflow is actually the one that's going to get that first control. E-liter actually still has a good position from up there. So hopefully they can just help get the zone. Yeah. You have to remember that E-liter can paint more than people think. Mm-hmm. I can imagine they'll probably try to at least nullify the zone just with their shots while they're trying to threaten some people.
Especially with a little bit of MPU, which actually increases ink coverage for the E-liter, it could be really devastating. And they've even pulled out the regular E-liter, which has Ink Storm and Ink Mine. So as far as turf control, this E-liter is going to be a big problem for Team Purple if they're not able to jump in. Speaking of which, Team Cashflow takes on...
no more.
Rapid says, I've got your number around the corner too.
It really is amazing to see how many different places a Rapid Blaster can go to cause problems for other people. Mm-hmm. Between the torpedoes and just being able to force people to move, you can ruin people's plans. Even
if it's just poke damage in a lot of cases. Poke damage and repositioning people.
That ballpoint is also going to be a bit difficult for them to deal with. I can imagine it's probably making pushing back in pretty difficult because the ballpoint doesn't have to even stay up top. They can come down and cause a lot of pressure and help their teammates out.
Yep. The ballpoint is on point.
Oh, that poor innocent Tri-Slosher.
They were just trying their best. They couldn't super jump back.
In any other situation, they definitely would have had an upper hand just because they kill so much faster than the Rapid does. Looks like the timer is taking down though. Ice Cream Sandwich got to make a jump in here.
Ice Cream Sandwich, let's go.
That's not their name.
Off-brand sandwich cookies. And
possibly getting the comeback?
They are able to at least neutralize the zone and retake it. So that puts a huge penalty on Cashflow. So we'll see what they're able to do if they're able to keep the zone. Squid Rider is coming in to take off the E-liter, what we've been talking about all this time. And it looks like they're able to maintain control of the zone. Even if there's splats happening on the outskirts of the zone, Sandwich Cookies are still keeping control. So we'll see how this turns out.
You can see that actually, that Sandwich Cookie does have a really good control of the sides of the map right now too, which will make it harder for Cashflow to be able to sneak back in.
Exactly. Turf control in a lot of these situations is so critical, and unfortunately, Toasty is able to call out Cashflow's flank, and they still maintain control of the zone. They're bringing it down to 30 left on the timer.
They've got all the way to 2, but with 2 people down, they might want to wait to actually build a special before they hop on in here. The Ballpoint doing a really good job at taking out an important player, getting 2.
Long-range Ballpoint kill.
It's going to be close to the swap.
Ooh, this is a tough one.
Oh, and now they're going to have to make it all the way back.
And the timer is back again! This is a good match. I love these kind of games. Now, one thing I've noticed, so far at least, is that the Ballpoint hasn't been using their beacons as much. I don't know if that was a team decision or if they just haven't been putting them out. Beacons can leave you susceptible unless they're placed in a good position, so maybe if that's a strategy swap, we'll see how that affects later game.
The thing about the beacons, though, is if they can place them in the right locations, they might be able to use them to tell when the enemy team is coming.
That's true, too.
A lot of people do forget that the beacons do show people's location on the map, only when they're close, though. It seems like, I always keep forgetting the name because it's long, but it seems like Team Cookie was able to retake the map, and has probably done a pretty good job at locking them out again.
There's disconnect on Team Sandwiches. Do we have a rule set for VCs?
I would assume that at this point in the match, it may unfortunately be too late for them to do a redo. I think it would be up to the TOs, but in many tournaments cases, it would only happen if there was like a large number of points left or a large number of time left.
Okay, that's fair.
Rest in peace, though, because both teams were doing fantastically. And I'm sure we're going to get something good out of the rest of the set.
And you know, considering how long this match has been, it could have been that match could have ended at any point during this whole fight because it's been a really good game.
What a close match. And no, we did get confirmation that there will not be a replay as it happened too late into the set.
GG's for both teams though. That was a really good fight.
3-2.
This is one of those matches where if I was playing zones in ranked and I had one of these matches, like yes, it's heartbreaking to have it end in such a close match. But the fact that it was a good fight, too, like, I would rather have this than a complete knockout. Me getting blown out of the water.
Absolutely. You can learn more from this, too. I'm sure that they learned something from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see that that their end zap that they had, like, was pumping out the armors like nuts.
Yes.
Which definitely helped them when they were trying to make their pushes earlier on in the match.
Yep. A lot of people, I think they don't value armor as much during zones, particularly, because zones is such a turf-centric mode that they think, armor's just, armor's not a special that can turn the zone around. But frankly, if you're able to farm them and bring them up for your team, especially in really heavily coordinated situations like this is not your typical ranked mode. If you don't, oftentimes like these teams are in a 4-person VC, they're coordinating, they're working together, and so having that armor to initiate that push and say like, okay guys, we're going in at this time to recap zone, like that's so important for having armor on your team, especially when you're trying to turn the tide and flip the zone over to reset the timer.
Absolutely. A well-timed armor doesn't have to even be before the push. It can be in the middle of the push to kind of continue extending it.
Exactly.
That's what makes it exciting, is seeing how different people take advantage of Ink Armor. I'm curious if we'll see the E-Liter come out again on Starfish main stage. It's a good map for E-Liter. As long as they're able to keep away from, that rapid.
The rapid blaster.
The place that the user wants to go is the place that I would argue that rapid also probably wants to shoot at.
Yes, that's true. I mean, Starfish is probably known for a lot of its sniper perches. Basically, any part of the map is a sniper perch, Vic, I feel like. Especially on tower control, which we're heading into now. So, same teams as usual. We'll see if there's any swaps, but for now, we'll see how tower control goes. Classic having an Among Us thing and
I didn't even want to say it. I saw it immediately. I was like, no.
I'm sorry. My eyes just immediately go there. Oh my gosh. Terrible. Alright, well we are getting some pretty big changes. So Team Sandwich Cookies is reducing their range by quite a lot, going with their Squiffy as their charger, and Saturn is pulling out the Hydra. Not about you, Vic, but I'm a huge Hydra fan. I appreciate it a lot.
Good for this match too. I mean, even if he did unfortunately get clapped right away there, you cannot say that it's not a good place for it. If the Hydra can get on top of that area right behind where the tower is right now, they can pretty much stop almost any push.
Hydra's really great at defense. It's great at holding a position and keeping people at bay. Just unfortunate that they might have pushed up a little bit too high, and Squiffer was right there to
Oh, that Squiffer's definitely got some MPU on, I think, to be able to reach all the way over there. Rapid's in a great place to be able to stop this push, though. As long as they don't get hit by that slosher, they can pretty much hold that down.
They are getting poked, and it seems like Cashflow's doing Sandwich Cookies is doing a really good job of holding the tower as the team's making progress. But after a full wipe, they will flip the possession, and now it's Team Cashflow's turn to see how far they can push the cart.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they are willing to push ahead of the tower, as getting that turf early when the other team is still coming back will definitely help them out.
Just depends on who they want their turfing teammate to be, because they have a K-Shot, they have a Kenso Splattershot who's might be more of a slaying position than a turfing position, so we'll see. Hydra's doing their best,
almost everyone's already gone now for this push, so I think that's going to be the end of that one for now. Good smart move to jump back, so they don't end up getting taken out, and they can help the defense faster.
Rejoining your team is oftentimes a lot better, and see, now they're able to get the first initial pick on Team Sandwich Cookies. And I think the Hydra has a much better position this time. They're taking the right high ground as the cart is coming toward them.
And you see they're also moving up just a little bit so they can actually pressure the other team back. Very important to do.
Yep.
It's so easy when you're backlining. Just stay in the back the whole time, let your teammates do all the work. But the problem is that you're putting them into a constant 3v4 if you're not like moving up with them a little bit.
Right.
I dare to say they have pretty good flow.
Yeah, nice. We'll take it. Yep. We appreciate it.
They have tons of armor on this other team, I feel like. There is so much armor coming off of Team Cookie.
They have at least 2 from the Squiffer and the NZAP. I think in this case, it's actually, I don't know how you feel about this, Vic, but it's actually kind of tricky to have armor on tower control sometimes, because in an overtime situation, if you have armor, you can get bopped, like, off the tower. You can get bounced with the armor sometimes, so...
Absolutely. It's much better mid-game, just to keep people from being able to push.
Totally fair. I will say I've had my fair share of losses because Ink Armor got myself bounced off the tower. Better than a bouncer at a restaurant.
I think right now it's the goal. It really is just the goal of Cashflow to try and like get a wipe, because they need to get rid of those armors so they're able to push up without having all the threats that are kind of stopping them from pushing in.
They need to poke the armors, and unfortunately they're also behind in this match set. So I'm curious to see if they're going to push for a wipe situation, and if that's not possible, how far can they just bring the tower along during these mid fights? Because I think that's a huge win that Team Sandwich Cookies had, was that they didn't have a wipe necessarily, but they were making huge cart progress while the mid fights were going on and getting ticks on that chart. So we'll see if Cashflow is able to do the same thing. Right now, they just look like they're going.
They're kind of starting it up though, because they're actually almost there. All they gotta do is get to that second checkpoint and get a little bit further, and that'll be enough.
Yep.
I love the Hydra so much. They're in a great place right now. They're pretty much able to stop anybody that starts to even look at the tower.
Yep.
This is looking like it's gonna be a switch.
There's the lead. So exactly what we're talking about. They weren't going necessarily for a huge team wipe, but they just kept consistent pressure and presence on the cart as kills were trickling in. It seems like both teams are scrambling a little bit. There's a little bit of just 1v1s happening here and there, but it seems like every time Cashflow is edging out on these fights, and they actually go for a full-on knockout. GG's.
GG's. Good to see.
I think sometimes that's a decision where people are trickling in one by one from Sandwich Cookie. So there was no concise regroup where the whole team was able to move in as one. It was just kind of one by one little fights. You even look at the kill differential. Cashflow had a ton of kills that probably came in the later half of that fight because of those one by one trickles that came in from Team Sandwich Cookies without having a good regroup. So good fight for both teams, but ended up getting Cashflow that win.
Yeah, you did notice. I think it was close to when the tower was pushing in. The camera started to move towards fights that were happening way away from the tower. And while it's fine to have those 1v1 fights, if no one's giving attention to the tower and tower control, then it's just going to be able to sneak in and get a whole bunch of points. Like, it might feel good to get those kills, but unfortunately, it's not always the best place to be. They did a great job, though.
The game mode is tower control, after all, not team deathmatch.
It's so easy for team deathmatch. Let's be real, though.
Yes, for sure. Every mode can be team deathmatch if you're not careful, right?
If you want to make a team deathmatch, you got to do it by being ahead of the tower, and so you can always see what's going on behind you at the same time.
That's a good point. Okay, well we are 2-0 cash flow, and we are moving on to Rainmaker on the Reef, which is a good one, and we'll see if there's any changes from here.
We'll have to see what they prefer with their plans of what part of the map they want to take. Are these kind of players the ones that would rather go straight through the front of the map? Would like to go back around the car?
You know, I was gonna ask you, do you have a favorite route on Rainmaker on the Reef? Because there's a lot of different avenues you can take.
I think that I like trying to go for like the straight up ahead approach. I like going I don't like going the car route, but I like just going like not over the bridge, but just through the other part of the map. Like by the basket, like the ramp, you know? Sure. I feel like for me, like it just ends up being the quickest path. Like if I'm gonna have to try and pull something off, I can, because I like to play short-range weapons when I play more competitive, like NZAP and Junior. I strongly prefer, like, hey, I'll throw a bomb or two in the way, that so if I have to pick up the Rainmaker, I can take advantage of my own turf that I put down and, like, try to blitz it.
Exactly.
Of course, that doesn't always work. It's not always good to blitz the Rainmaker at every single second, but if the lead is close, why not, right?
Yep. Sometimes the best laid plans don't always work, but at least you got a plan in mind.
Especially if you know that one of the teams happens to be distracted. Like, if you know that no one is around, that's a great time to pick the Rainmaker up and run. It doesn't matter if everyone's alive or not, but if there's no one there, what's stopping you?
Ooh. Is that a DC?
Oh, yes, we did have a DC right away, looks like, on Cookie Sandwich.
On both teams.
Alright. Then I'm assuming one team here will probably just pick up the Rainmaker and do a redo. And I know this is a play all 3 tournament, so even though it is 2-0 right now, they will still replay this match. It makes it more exciting and gives other teams some more time to practice as well.
Warm up per se.
Loving all of the messages coming through also in the chat. I see Nya. If only they could see my profile picture, right? I've got almost a little cat mouth on my Inkling.
Unfortunately, Twitch doesn't have profiles. Oh no.
No.
Alright, we're gonna restudy spaghetti.
We'll give them one more try to see if we can fix that. Feels bad, because I know they definitely want to have another full match, especially after they got their Splat Zones match kind of shaken up right at the end.
Well, it helps too that we had 2 DCs on one on each team, and right at the beginning, so it's pretty clear and concise that both teams are like, yeah, we can't do this just yet. We're gonna reset and go from there. We'll get people back in here, and then we'll get restarted. So,
I think the good thing about tournaments is just I
was gonna say, as you can see, even in a DC situation, they still decide to go up the middle, just like Vic said. So listen, even in DC, straight up the middle, the Reef. It's a good way.
The thing about a lot of maps in Rainmaker is that the Rainmaker paths tend to be kind of radial, in a sense, where you get more points if you're moving, like in a straight line towards the Rainmaker.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yep. Have you seen, there's actually these really cool maps. I don't know where they are necessarily, or where to find them. I believe it's on, it might be Sendao. Sendao.inc has a lot lot of really good.
Everything is Sendao most of the
time. Exactly. Everything is Sendao.
Oh, we love Sendao.
Yeah, Sendou.inc is a really good website for all things competitive. If you're interested in doing a tournament and finding a team like here you see on Checkpoint, check out Sendou.inc. They have free agency. They have all sorts of things where you can find the floor is Sendou. Exactly, Reef. So you've got free agency, you've got teams that you can find over there on that website, and I believe they also have this kind of really cool like Rainmaker map that shows you like you said, Vic, the radial, like circular regions for all of the incremental point values that you get the closer you get to the podium. So you'll see like these, it kind of looks like an earthquake map, if I can put that correctly. Like
I know what you're thinking about.
These like circles that radiate out from the podium, and it shows you where you are on the map and how many points that'll get you. And so you can, like, I believe there's this trick on Walleye Warehouse where if you take the Rainmaker and you just touch that back wall before you go up the stairs, that increases your points by 10 because the game registers it as being like on the platform or whatever. And so you can just get a quick lead boost just by touching that wall before the steps. It's these little tiny tips and things that you may not see until you look at these really cool maps that have all those point values.
Yeah, there's another one on Sturgeon Shipyard where you know that platform that kind of like comes and goes to like open up that extra path that goes towards the enemy base.
Yep.
When it's just empty space, you can still, if you're in a tough situation, throw yourself into the abyss and get free points just from moving forward.
Oh, really? Dude.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I've done it before, so it feels good. I've never gotten a lead swap for it, but someday that'd be like the sickest way to win a match.
One day. Yes. Is that like on your Splatoon, like must do before Splatoon 3 bucket list? Like take the lead in Shipyard Rainmaker? Yeah, okay. Got it.
Alright, well let's look at this. It doesn't seem like the team competition's changed at all. Very interesting to see that it looks like Cashflow has got a really good team comp for breaking the Rainmaker shield very quickly.
And I don't think... And if people are running Object Shredder on top of this, that'll really help them with the shield. I think it looks like Team Sandwich is the only team with armor at this point. Although that was a hard wipe for Team Sandwich. So it looks like Toasty's going to try and regroup with their team. And they got nailed on the way out. So this is actually a really good position for Team Cashflow.
Oh, very surprised they didn't die a torpedo there, but at least they were stopped pretty quickly.
Good offensive Stingray for Cashflow, and a bomb rush out here to just maintain turf control and keep Sandwich at bay as the Rainmaker's kind of just sitting below their drop.
Yeah, between the suction bombs and the Bloblobber bubbles, it really will be difficult for them to actually get out right now. There's just a lot of pressure right now. It's going to keep them from being able to move in. Because if they move in too quickly, they'll do what you said beforehand, where they'll just trickle in and end up just getting stomped out before they can even start a plan.
Right.
You've got the rain coming out, which will help to push back the other team.
Yep,
should
and
hopefully help Cookie to start pushing out. I'm assuming they'll opt to take the Rainmaker back to the middle. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Just picking up the Rainmaker there would probably be a bit dangerous.
They gave it a reset, and also in that situation, Team Cookies had the respawn advantage. They were much closer to that Rainmaker than Team Cashflow, so now the Rainmaker's back in the middle. It's back to a mid-fight situation to see who might get the first pick. And the first pick does go to Team Cashflow. They take out the roller and the clapples. So with 2 down, we'll make that 3 down. We'll see what Cookies decide to do. But right now, Cashflow just seems to be maybe looking for a wipe situation. But the fact that the team's trickling in right now, that may not happen. So whether they want to move the Rainmaker at this point.
They seem pretty satisfied with not taking the Rainmaker just yet. It seems like they tried to push in for it and it didn't really work out too well for them.
They used an offensive Stingray and a baller, but maybe it was a miscommunication on the team side where the Rainmaker didn't get pushed. But unfortunately, like you said before we started this match, Vic, the bridge is so hard to take the Rainmaker from.
The bridge is so dangerous, especially with everybody there. And that Bloblobber is going to prevent them from even thinking about pushing up to that Rainmaker right now.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh, that was a good snipe. The camera moved over to really change that up. They both do have snipers on their team too, which is something new we haven't seen yet.
You're right, actually, because in zones we had a ball point, so this is an actual Charger versus Charger situation.
Cashflow also getting 3 down again and being able to finally push up against Cookie. Just watching things unfold here. That poor splashdown. Oh no.
They're trying their best.
Right down into. Ooh, nice shot on Cookie's side. Good job, Woomy.
Backline doing backline things. It looks like, and it looks like the E-Leader's doing their best to try and help their front line.
They are providing a lot of pressure as well.
the roller and the clapples are doing their best to try and penetrate team and get into the back line of Team Cashflow, but it's been really hard to punch through Cashflow's front line at this point. They're staying really tight together. It's really hard to get in and get an elimination.
Yeah, like, it just isn't a lot of turf coverage to be able to... You see, the problem is they have a clapples and they have a roller. And without any paint to work with, and the fact that this Bloblobber just takes everything away from them constantly, they do really have to get a good number of kills against Cashflow to be able to move up.
Yep. Bloblobber Deco with the Sprinkler and Suction Bomb Wrench is such a turf-heavy weapon that the end zap on Team Sandwich is having a tough time to reclaim ink for the team.
And they don't really have anybody else that can help besides the constant stream of rains that we see coming in.
Yep. And now that the team's pushed up, Saturn has a really good spot here in the middle, using their backline and using their scope. Rainmaker is in a bit of a weird spot, but unfortunately, Sandwich Cookies can't really get it out of that elbow on the right side.
Yeah, we saw them just try to do it, but now it's still like there. We see Sandwich Cookie finally with an opportunity, maybe, to take it. As long as our Zap can stay alive here, they'll probably have armor ready for an actual push. They've got about 20 seconds on the clock, so they're going to have one more opportunity to take that Rainmaker.
Just a second too late. I love playing support, and it feels so bad when your armor is just a half second too late.
Oh, good rescue on the Rainmaker there by Natsu. Almost lost it. If it went back to the middle of the map, that definitely... Oh, that bomb might take them out. Oh. You have to see there's a lot of pressure.
That's a tough position.
That poor Rainmaker. I'm so glad they at least grabbed it in time. If that had been in the middle, that would have been a GG from that point. Good try to both teams.
It would have been reset and they would have had no chance to send it into overtime. It's also hard because being in that little section of the map where there's an elbow or a curve in the map, I should say, it's hard because on one hand, that's a really great spot to defend the Rainmaker if you're trying to hold it and burn time on the clock. But in a situation where you are behind and you're trying to make a push, all of a sudden you are just putting yourself in a corner and it's really hard to get out. So GG's to both teams. Although it was a 3-0 on the scoreboard between Cashflow and Sandwiches, I don't think that speaks to the quality of these matches. I mean, these have been really close. We had the tower control that was... I'm sorry, was it the zones? The zones match.
It was the zones match. That one was intense.
1 point off. Yep. So GG's to both teams. This is a really good effort on both sides.
Absolutely, and it makes us excited to see what'll come up next. We'll be having another match next that is going to be amongst some lower level teams. After that, we will be moving into our X rank matches, if I remember correctly.
Yes. And then throughout the day today, we'll have different modes, we'll have different teams. And so if you're interested and if you need to grab some armor, grab a snack, or maybe get up and stretch, feel free to do so. Because friends, it's the weekend. You relax. Enjoy Splatoon. Maybe play some Splatoon on the side at the same time. Maybe pull out a notebook, put on your glasses, take some notes. Because this is I think the best part of this, I think, is learning whether strategy for yourself or strategy for your team. That's my favorite.
Yeah, the exciting thing about like a draft tournament is you're getting to know how you play the game and also how others play the game at the same time. Yep. So whether you win or whether you lose, you'll go away from this with like some kind of extra experience that you can apply to yourself. Like, since none of these players are in X rank, at least the ones that we've seen so far, like, there's still more for them to learn. And that's not to say that in X rank you can't learn anything, because I've been in X rank since it came out, and I tell you that I learn things all the time. I'll say something out loud, and people are like, "No, Vic, actually this," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like, I love to learn things. I want to keep learning more about the game. The exciting thing about Splatoon is that it's constantly up. Like, it's constantly evolving. Like, even if the meta doesn't change as rapidly these days, there's still like so much to do, learn, and see. And, like, it's interesting seeing how different weapons are more popular at like certain ranks. Like, why is that? Is it the skill floor? Is it because some people just don't know how to fight against that? If a number of players that were all very skilled at a certain weapon popped up, would we see a change in the meta because there's more of that weapon? Like, if there was a ton of super cracked squeezers, how would that change?
And also, if there's a counter to the squeezer, for example, maybe something with a shower wall, who knows? I don't know. But seeing those kind of counter strategies come as well can be so much fun to watch. And even if it's like a small patch change, for example, I think the 52 gals got a buff in one of the last patches. Yeah, and you saw it was the upsurgence of 52 gals was so bad that you saw plaza posts that were like, please get your Kensa 52 out of my lobby, because gosh, it was on a rancorous path of destruction. The fact that it increased, I think, ink coverage at long range or something like that, and it just, after that, you would see it decimating. And so not only were people either adding 52 gal to their repertoire, to their weapon lineup, maybe people were picking different weapons like Jet to outrange it. Who knows? But watching
weapons that outpaint it.
Yeah, that's true too. And just watching the ebb and flow, no pun intended, of like how weapon metas shift, especially with like game modes as well, is really cool.
Oh no, Kuroko! I would hope they would never ever nerf the Squeezer. I don't think it needs a nerf right now. It's unless we end up seeing a humongous number of people pick it up and play it well. Usually wouldn't be a need for a nerf for it. You saw how long it took Nintendo to nerf the Stingray.
Oh gosh, yes. And Squeezer can be a lot of fun, but I need to be cautious of my trigger finger, because I honestly play Squeezer probably 90% with the long range burst fire mode. For those that don't know, Squeezer has two firing modes that make it unique. It has a short range where you hold down the trigger and it just paints like a a junior almost. Then it has a longer range mode where if you tap fire and burst fire it, it goes to a very long range, higher damage variant of its firing mode. And that ability to vary your fire rate and be able to be both short and long range, be both turfing and slaying at the same time is really powerful. Especially when you decide to use the foil, which has splat bombs and bubbles. I think I've died to huge explosive Squeezer bubbles more than the Squeezer itself in most situations, to be honest.
They fire the bubble, they fire the bomb, they fire another bubble, they heal up, they hit the bubbles, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen. There are some notorious people who, as soon as we see them in match, it's like, oh my gosh, they'll throw a bomb first. They'll throw a bomb. And then
that's it.
And then throw a bubble on top of it. And then that with like Object Shredder will just destroy it.
Alright. I think we are actually moving into round 2 here though, which is good. We've got, let's see here, we got the Smorls versus the Drizzle Makers. I like that name. That's fun.
Ooh. That sounds like they sound like Rainmaker professionals. The Drizzle Makers. Or Drizzler is a Salmon Run boss, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, let's go Drizzle Makers and Smorls. They're like small swirls. I like that.
Smorls. I mean, the first thing I think of when I think of Smorls, I think of that's the currency that Milana uses during her streams. So I'm wondering,
really?
If these are Milana friends or not. No. I see air sign. And I'm thinking,
Maybe it is. Well, cool. Let's go then.
Either way, I'm sure that we've got some very exciting matches ahead. We're going on to Tower Control and Anchovy Games.
Yeah, I particularly like Anchovy quite a lot, actually. It's one of my favorites.
This particular Tower Control can be a little bit snowbally, so we do have to be careful to see if one team has a very strong, aggressive advantage at first. Because if there's an early wipe, it could lead to a very quick problem.
Yes, problem. Ooh, I like the maps coming up. This should be a lot of fun. Also, fun fact, Vic, did you know, for Anchovy Games, if you look, do you see on the right side of the of that first ramp, the pink octopus that's there in particular?
Did not see it, but I will say yes, so I can hear you say.
If you find your way to Anchovy Games, that octopus is the same one that comes from Mr. Game & Watch and Smash.
Oh,
I feel like a tour
guide.
Yeah, I feel like a tour guide. I always need to point that out every time I play. Sorry. Anyway,
noticing the Clash Blaster as a side note here.
Yeah.
Just saying, probably one of the better maps for Clash.
Yes, on Tower Control of all things. And same team also has a Hydra, so we're dealing with some dangerous blasters and some menacing Hydras. So we'll see how this team plays it out.
In fact, I'm actually loving both of these team comps, actually.
Ooh. It's got a junior. I know Vic appreciates the junior life, so let's go! And that doesn't need that.
They're very different. one is a lot more. I would argue that our friends on the Smorls have a more chip damage causing like team composition that's hoping to like create an opportunity. Whereas we're gonna see the other team be much more aggressive.
Rip.
Just taking a look at this here, I can just see that I can see the Smorls being more of the special spamming type. Well, I think Drizzlemakers will be more in for just like trying to get those kills.
You know what's interesting too about special spamming in this case, it's going to depend a lot on how much ink coverage the Drizzlemakers are going to give them back. You know, because you can only charge your special with however much turf is available. So, you know, they have a Hydra, they have an N-Zap, they have a Tri-Slosher, so there's probably going to be enough green ink for them to charge their specials off of, but in some situations, you can actually starve the other team of specials if you just don't give them return ink, which does seem kind of like a counter strategy because you don't have turf to work with, but in this case where they're relying on their specials, especially something like the Neo Splash's bomb spam and the armor and then the Heavy Remix's Booyah Bomb, denying them of those specials could actually be advantageous, but we'll see what they decide to do.
I'm liking the little 1v1 fight we had here. I'm liking the positioning of Tenor. Their Hydra is in a really good spot most of the time here to kind of keep things. You see that they're not actually dropping down right away because they don't want to actually get jumped too early. Instead, what they're doing is they're making sure mid is free and clear for their teammates before they hop in and actually take that tower. That way everyone else is able to move up and cause problems. We see that this is actually the second time that the Drizzlemakers have been able to move up onto the enemy side, where I don't think the Smorls have had that opportunity just yet.
They haven't pushed up onto the team to drop just yet. And I agree what you're saying, especially with the Hydra. And you pointed that out during our Starfish main stage match too, with the Hydra from that match. Sometimes it's a really fine line to decide as a backline whether you're going to push really high up and push that 4v4 presence, or if you're going to just hang back and play a little bit more defensive. I think in a lot of situations, especially Rainmaker, when the enemy team is looking for a team wipe, when the team wipe is their win condition, having one last player, I should say, alive at the end of that team fight, just to have a presence there to stop, that can be so helpful to at least stop the push. And especially with the Hydra's range, even if the Hydra doesn't push up really far forward and they stay alive and they're able to keep bullets firing on the cart, that keeps Team Smorls from making a huge dent in the progress.
Well, there's a different kind of drizzle right there. We saw that. We saw those missiles come down, and unfortunately, it's gonna make poor Smorls have to go back into their base again. You'll notice that it seems like the Rapid Blaster Beck continues to go to a very specific spot to defend the tower, and I do like that they continue to do that because that's a great spot. Like, it's hard to hit the Rapid from there, and those shots make it all the way over to the tower.
Yep. Tendon missile spam on this is so tricky, especially when the tower itself has like a wall on it, because as you know, and I've been killed many times by the Tentamissile that somehow hits you while you are vertically climbing up a wall, and it's just insta-death because of the direct impact. I hate it so much. But
and this map is pretty condensed, so it's just a disaster really for having a lot of missiles on it.
Yep. And it also means that for the user of the Tentamissiles, they're able to target 2, 3, maybe even 4 all at the same time because it's such a tight map.
Alright, this looks like it's going to be the last opportunity for Smorls to get some more points on the board. We saw that Rapid move up to cause problems, getting a double, putting them in better position. We just need Druth to get on the tower and hopefully not get taken out by that try. I didn't even get to finish my thought. Okay, they're back on again. It's all about getting rid of that Hydra Splatling, because that's going to be an issue.
They're doing a good job of pacing it and keeping it least first on the tower at all times.
Yeah, and they have at least one teammate ahead of the tower to try and stop the advance, which is super useful. Good bomb on their part.
Oh, good try.
Close one, though. GG's.
If they had
I liked their approach at the end. That was an excellent approach at the end to try and get that lead.
Yep. If they had a few more eliminations on the Drizzle side and they were able to keep a couple more players on the cart, I think they could have done it. But Unfortunately, Drizzlemakers had just a really good push at the beginning to get themselves to, I think, 30 was their line, and so good fight on both sides, but Drizzlemakers end up with the W.
If they keep that Rapid Blaster, I'm really interested to see where their positioning will be, especially if we're going to Rainmaker on Manta Maria, because that's, with all those greats, they pretty much know where they'll be able to hide from, like, a Rapid Blaster.
Oh, gosh.
Sincerely, someone who used to enjoy playing a lot of Rapid Blaster. I'm just thinking about all the places that Rapid could go.
You're like, oh, the creativity, the solutions. Yep.
Although Rapid isn't very good at painting, at popping the Rainmaker shield, if they have friends that are able to do that for them, they could definitely be able to cause a lot of pressure and probably hold back the team to maybe turn us around into a 1-1.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Rainmaker on Manta Maria of all things is also a really tricky situation because depending on where the teams are going to fight, they might, if they can take a flank route with the Rainmaker, because there's so many different paths you can take. I think you can go up all three sides, technically. You can go up the main, you can go, there's a box on the left side, and then you can also, of course, jump the gap on the right side that everybody always takes. So this could be an interesting one to see what path they take, and then also where their backliners decide to set up too. This is a particularly weird one because Manta Maria has the mast of the ship in the middle, and so whether players decide to play around that or use that as cover, we'll see what they end up deciding to do. But I like how both teams were playing. It definitely felt more scrappy, like that team deathmatch that we were talking about earlier, but both teams seem to put a really good presence either on the cart or on the backline at all times, and so it was a really balanced fight we saw through the whole time.
Absolutely. And I feel like we'll probably see the same thing here. Of course, only thing about Manta Maria is if there's a wipe early on, it could end up being a little bit quick. Alright, so no Rapid actually back here. They actually did change their team comp around a little bit.
No Rapid, and looks like pretty similar comps. We do see that that notorious 52 gal coming out. We've got two MPU studded Dually Sculptures and K-Pros. Oh, my favorite. And we've also got...
the Dually Sculptures is going to be great for popping the Rainmaker shield and for getting some nice rain. Rain is so good on this map, especially when you're pushing, because all you do is move forward with the rain.
Yes. Is that because of how narrow the map is, would you say? Okay.
I mean, if I throw that rain on the right spot on the bunker, you'd be able to have that rain not only go on the left side of the bunker, but also behind the bunker. Just prepare everything for a push.
Yep, absolutely.
Like you saw that Tri-Slosher leave that rain behind just to make sure that the push could go on, see?
Sure. Yep.
Oh, and they're just running on in. Remember what we were saying beforehand about a possibly long push?
Oh, there we go.
Oh!
They brought the, I think there was the Kensa hammer. Yeah, so they had, actually, you may not think it was much, but just the fact that Tri-Sloshy had put down the ink, it had put down the ink storm to travel backward. It created kind of this ink storm path for the team, and then Gab came in with that Kensa hammer and was able to sprint forward and create a path for the Rainmaker. Really quick game.
Absolutely, GG's on that part. Sometimes it happens like that.
Hydra Object Shredder to take out the Rainmaker bubble, but it didn't seem like that was a problem anymore. This is the tough part of Rainmaker. Ooh, but one game mode that doesn't go so quick is Clam Blitz. I think, and a lot of people see Clam Blitz and they go, ugh. It's like, oh no, clams. But I would like to point out that in this situation, I think Clam Blitz oftentimes gets a really bad rap because it's a game mode that just requires a lot of coordination. It requires teams to be aware of how many total clams they have and who has the power clam and if they're ready to push, that kind of thing.
Maybe a little math?
And always a little bit of math, because you need to know, like, well, do we have enough to break barrier and also take lead, or whoever it might be? But in this case, again, like we're talking about, these are teams who are either practiced together or they're in a VC together, and they're coordinated, they're talking, they're figuring out, okay, well, how many clams do we have? Can we make a push? Do we have a special ready? They're constantly communicating and talking and working together to try and create a win condition. So I'm excited to see how teams will come together and if they'll make coordinated pushes or just poke. We'll see how things go.
It's always exciting to see when a team has more than one clam. They go in to try and get a lot of points in one push.
Yep. Ooh, okay, so we've got some Ninja Squid on Drizzler's side, and we've got pretty much the same composition over for Team Smorls. What's interesting too is that I believe Drizzlers have the ink brush. So I don't know about you, Vic, but one of the most painful things to go against in Clam Blitz is just a brush that will just run forward, like run at your basket, unabated by any ink. Oh yeah, with a power clam. You've spent, as a backliner, you've spent all this time covering the turf to try and prevent people from pushing, but the brush just walks over all of it. They're like, oh, okay. Sorry, your ink coverage means nothing to me.
Now, as a note here, you can see that we've got 25 clams and 4 prepared specials on the side of Drizzlemakers. We have to wonder, will they be able to take advantage of this and get their push in?
Oh, they're making a high right side push. They're doing it. Look at this. This is chemistry in motion. Look at it go.
That was a great opening push in their part.
39. Falco came in from a distance, I think, with a splashdown. And there's a lot of clams here, whether they're leftover clams from that fight, or whether they're leftover clams from getting splats from Team Smorls. Oh, that brush!
You gotta hit that brush.
That brush just walked in and says, "It's
what you were talking about." I was gonna compliment Smorls because they were getting such great paint coverage at the start of the match.
Yep.
But I'm thinking that while they were painting, someone must have snuck around to get that win. Because I was gonna say like, oh, I was like, oh, they're having such a great start to this. But then that ended up coming apart a little faster than planned. Great try though. Great try. GG's.
We did say I will take my word back. I did say on my word that Clam Blitz doesn't go as quickly as Rainmaker, but unfortunately I have to take that back. That was a very well coordinated push. GG's to Drizzlemakers, because that was a great push. You saw it. It was the team that was bringing up their specials and bringing them online, staying alive, not making too many unnecessary pokes. They moved to the top right. They did a coordinated jump, and then they finally pushed in with their specials. And unfortunately, Smorls were trying to do a great job, like you said, Vic, of covering that turf in the back line and giving themselves territory to work with. Unfortunately, ended up being their demise that they dropped their own clams, which just gave Drizzlemakers even more clams to throw in the basket. And in any situation where there were clams left over and a lot of yellow turf from Smorls, Drizzlemakers' brush just came in and said, mine now. They were able to bring the knockout for Clam Blitz game. So GG's. It was a good game, a tough game for Smorls, but a really good example of some well-coordinated Clam Blitz play.
And I'm sure they'll be able to learn from that. Next time, if they see a bunch of specials flared at the same time, they may want to go a little bit more into defense mode. That way they may be able to try and find that advance, check their map, see if anything silly is happening.
Yep.
It's all like little things
any silly business.
Any weird splotch of blue that really shouldn't be there?
Yes. Yep. That's where checking your map can be super helpful as well. Map checking just to see like, oh wait, there's a splotch of blue on the top left of the map. What's going on here? So that's in those situations too. You get to see, and like we were talking about, these situations won't often happen in ranked mode. Ranked mode is highly specific for really just random Clam Blitz play. So in these situations, whether you're playing in League or whether you're playing maybe in a tournament situation like this, you'll see like really highly coordinated stuff. But even if it's just being in ranked mode, having good positioning and just screaming this way at your team, whatever you gotta do.
It can make a difference.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I mean, if you're playing in ranked and you have like 5 clams and your teammate has 7, and you're both close to the basket, give them the 3 clams.
Yes.
It's the little things like that that like can make a difference.
Yes, precisely.
Like, you'd be surprised how often it happens where like people just don't pay attention to the number of clams that someone has. It's because Splatoon is such a like information heavy game. Like when I yelled in surprise, "Oh hey, look, they have all their specials." It's because out of habit, it's something that I pay attention to.
Right.
You don't want to push in against the enemy team when you know, oh, they all have their specials.
Mm-hmm. And what's also kind of cool too is I've played a plethora of different games. One that I played alongside Splatoon is Overwatch, and Overwatch has a lot of information, but not as much as Splatoon. Like the fact that Splatoon gives you all 4 players and their weapon types and their status special and their death status, like whether they're alive, and that's all displayed at the top of your game, and you get a map as well. Like, wow, like that. Having something like that in Overwatch would be incredible. But I think that's what gives Splatoon such a high skill cap sometimes. You know, that you can play this game and just play the objective and, you know, go for a nice rank and whatnot. But being able to play the game, have map awareness, be aware of specials, be aware of, you know, how many people are alive and dead on each team to know when to push, like, and being able to juggle and handle all of that information at once is really what defines the really good players versus whatever other rank you might be at. So there's always room for improvement, whether you can be more aware of your maps or more aware of, like you were talking about, Vic, the special situation for either your team or the other team. Having that awareness is so key, especially in modes like this.
Yeah, like you'll find that some people, like, as they're trying to make their way into competitive, they'll end up with one of 2 things. Really good awareness or really good mechanics. But then they'll lack the other one. Like, there are some players that know what they're doing. They know what they want. They know how the game works. They know how to pay attention. They can figure out things really well. They might be a really good shot caller on a team.
Yes.
Because they might not be able to hit their shots.
Yep. And that's part
of... As someone who used to play more support weapons, part of the gain of playing support weapons is that if I don't hit my shots, it's usually okay because I'm usually, to some extent, providing the opportunities for my teammates to kind of go in with me, do stuff. I'd be like, hey, I have armor, like, you know, we're ready to go. I'm going to use armor now. Like, let's do the thing. And like it provides some kind of opportunity, and then I can provide, you know, the rest of the damage needed to help my shot get the rest of their kills.
Yep, and creating windows of opportunity for your team. And like Kaio said in chat too, the purpose sometimes of a midline and a backline is actually not to just slay everything, but to be the person checking the maps and checking the flanks and digesting the information for the team, and especially, Vic, like what you're talking about with an armor. Having the ability to just either in a VC communicate with your team, or just, you know, if you tell your team, like, okay, I'm going to hold on to armor, and when I see a window of opportunity for us to push, I'm going to activate armor. And on that armor queue, that's your cue to push with the team, because I've checked the map, I've checked the situation. Like, my timing is what I'm going to use as a signal for us to move together. And it doesn't have to be anything complicated. It can just be, all right, here we go, use special.
Absolutely. Like when I used to play competitively, like when you play with a set group of people for a long time, you come to understand how each other operate. Yeah. Which helps you to like play better with them. Like if you know that acting in a certain way will help your teammates to like work better with you, like letting them know in advance you have armor, or letting them know like, hey, this is good, or waiting for your teammate to have their inkjet. Like maybe they like to inkjet, and when they inkjet, they expect you to have the armor.
Yes, exactly. Please.
Like knowing what your teammate wants out of you is so important. That's something I have to discuss. Now, obviously, these are draft teams for the most part, so they can't really have that. But I'm assuming that with every match that goes on, they're learning a little bit more about each other, which is going to help them all to improve even beyond this. And it helps with communication when they meet more people in the future that they may wish to play with.
Yeah. They can say, like, here's what I prefer to do, here's my preferred playstyle. And if you like, I like a teammate who gives me armor while I'm inkjetting, like, whatever the situation might be. I don't want to just be a B-52 bomber, I want to be an armored B-52 bomber, thank you very much.
Absolutely, like, maybe, like, there's always, I know we keep talking about armor, and I know there are other special combinations that work well, too. Yes. But imagine a situation where you have ink armor and a bomb rusher. The bomb rusher might want to use their bomb rush first. And in the flurry of bombs, an ink-armored set of 3 teammates could cause a lot of problems.
Yep. Because now they have ink coverage. Exactly.
And they have extra health.
Yes, that's true. Well, extra health and just extra protection. I'm also wondering, like you said, we talked about how ink armor is not the only special combination. So, Vic, do you have any magical special combos that you love to see? If you and I went into a league duo, and we had to say, okay, we're gonna throw 2 specials. What would be?
All right, and you don't want me to armor. You don't want me to use armor, right?
Sure. We'll keep armor mutually exclusive. Like, armor would be great, thumbs up emoji. But if we have to go use 2 other ones, what would we do? Let's also say that we are doing Clan Blitz, because we just played it on Snapper Canal. Let's say we're doing Clan Blitz. What would we roll with?
All right, I think I personally would have a lot of fun if I've got Stingray on hand, because when you have Stingray, remember that one of our friends beforehand in the chat was saying that part of the job of a backliner is that the backliner is also able to digest and share the information, right?
Yep.
Something that both a Stingray or a missile player can do is that they can see the location of enemies, like, from far away on the map when they're using their special. So if I've got a special that can see the opponents, I can tell you, a person with maybe a more aggressive special, like an Inkjet or a Baller, where people are, so you can give an opportunity for our other 2 teammates to cause an issue. Like, maybe I'm Stingraying, I'm telling you, hey, like, there's a bunch of people on the right-hand side, like maybe by where the old zone is in Port, for example. So you pop your Baller, and you go in there to flush them out, and I finish them off with my Ray that might still be active. If my Ray's over by then, chances are our other 2 teammates, which, let's pretend they're in our VC and it's not a twin league, they will probably be running to the other side to catch them when they're running away from your Baller.
Okay. I know that this is like, I know that we're kind of...
I kind of like built that on hand. Oops.
We're stacking like this beautiful, like, godsend, like, wonderful combination of perfect team synergy, but, you know, we can dream. I like it. That's fine.
I mean, that's what you do. You have to imagine these ideas with teammates when you build them.
No, exactly. And I think what you mentioned about Stingray being able to see enemies is really good, and especially Baller is really helpful for, like, pushing and kind of creating space for the team, like you said, to push people around. And I think Stingray, even if it's just literally like Stingray on me, because if I'm like right on top of somebody and you can see my location, you can see me on the map, then you just aim for me and they're somewhere around there.
Yeah, and it gives you an advantage in your fight.
Yep, exactly. One other thing that I like though about information-wise is Tenemissiles. Oh my gosh, Tenemissiles is like wall hacks. You pop it and you're like, oh, beep boop. Here's everybody is over on the right side. And especially if you're coordinating specials, Tenemissiles, like George said, oh my gosh, perfect, right in chat. Using Tenemissiles to view where people are and use that as information for your team. Oh my gosh, like a jet, is it regular vanilla jet sculpture with the Tenemissiles? You can cover flanks and you can use the Tenemissiles to look out where people are. And if, for example, Vic, we're using Baller and Jetpack, then saying, okay, well, I'm gonna pop my Jetpack now, or if you're just a backline and you see your frontline Slayer using Jetpack, then you might use that opportunity to plant the missiles, and someone trying to run from a Jetpack and heat-seeking Tenemissiles at the same time, that's gonna be a death situation. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Making people scatter is super good too, because even if you're not getting the splats, you're completely ruining their coordination. Part of Splatoon is, ironically, taking away people's comfort. Because as soon as you make people panic, then they're not going to be able to pull off what they need to do. That's why it's so important to have a cool head when you're playing competitively, because not everything is going to go to plan.
No, absolutely.
Being able to work with, work around that and think on the fly is a very difficult thing to do. Like, I don't think anyone can say it never messed up because they've gotten, like, pushed out of their comfort zone and now they don't know what to do anymore. It happens all the time, even to the best of us.
Yeah.
It can be a really intense situation. Like, if you got a baller chasing you and, like, missiles flying around too, like, what are you gonna do? You can't jump out in time. You're gonna die of the missiles. So you're gonna run away somewhere else and probably end up running into the enemy team.
Somebody else.
More than happy to see you.
Yep. There's something, you know, I think kind of in this theme, there's a lot of strategy, and there's actually a lot of help that Salmon Run has. I tell you, of all of the places to learn how to escape and like run away from crap, it's definitely Salmon Run. I've trained myself in survival in Salmon Run more than anywhere else, because like we've been talking about with you and me, and also chat has been mentioning it as well, everything is gonna go wrong. Like, when in doubt, Cookie does right. They assume everything is gonna go wrong at all times at some point. So having a plan B is helpful as well.
Yeah, 'cause you will get denied.
Yes, we've talked about sometimes we talk about gear and having a little bit of quick super jump just to say, you know what, I need to regroup with my team. That's not you being a chicken. That's not you being a coward. That is you being smart. Their tactical retreat is a very, very valid and solid strategy in this game. That's why they have it.
Interestingly, if people are looking for, maybe I'm just gonna slide the topic slightly here.
Yeah, sure.
But if people are looking for an opportunity to practice and try something out that might be a little unique, while we can't promise Salmon Run, I know that coming up soon is Aquatic Cup. They're doing that actually I believe tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. And the difference with Aquatic Cup versus a number of other tournaments is that it actually is turf war first, and then you can counter pick after that. So players are gonna have more options to choose like what map mode combos they want, and they might be able to either put themselves in their comfort zone, or maybe even try something new.
Yeah. I would say that competitive turf war is usually synonymous with Splatfest. I've seen some really competitive turf strategies in Splatfest between. Vic, I think I was playing with you one Splatfest when we did, was it Custom Junior? We did Custom Juniors and just spammed Autobomb and Rain all day.
Quad Junior is gross because you have 4 auto bombs in a very short period of time.
Or more like 8 in some situations, especially after popping an Inkstorm.
It's really fun to see, because I've turf war tournaments aren't as popular here in the West, but there are some of them that happen more often in Japan. I know they have a very large tournament called Koshien, which is primarily turf war. I don't know if this has changed, but I remember it used to be primarily turf war. And I think a lot of people remember this very specific Koshien tournament where a team by the name of Red Sprite almost won the entire tournament just because they were playing Quad Sploosh 7.
Oh no, with the hammers?
Yeah, hammer, bomb, and painting everything.
Yep.
The only reason they did not win was because the other team counterpicked with Quad Nozzle Nose, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know how else to stop it.
Yeah, you just to win you must slay, and in this case you must slay the Hydra that is Sploosh 7. And by Hydra I mean the thing where if you kill one, there's another one waiting behind it. Not the Hydra that we know in Splatoon, but gosh, Sploosh in general, I don't have a sore spot for. Any weapon that allows you to sprint up to someone's face and just plug a gun up to them and just say, "Aha, go back to spawn, please." I'm just, oh my gosh. I have a sore spot for Sploosh.
I think we have people coming in finally too, I think.
We are.
From what I've heard, I think it is Eons versus Devil's Anchor.
And thank you guys for being patient with us as we just chat. And is it called shooting the breeze? Is that the right phrase to use?
No, it sounds right.
Okay. Shooting the breeze with all things Splatoon. I mean, if you're
rambling about Squid Game, is there ever a bad time to really do that?
I don't think so. I think great. You know, if people are here for a Splatoon tournament on a Saturday afternoon, or at least in our time zone, I think they're more than willing to listen to some just regular Splatoon banter. Because, you know, what we've been leading with is this game is just so deep, and for people who enjoy it and people who want to learn about it at this depth, it's always so fun to just listen to what other people's experiences have been, or what other tips that people have come across their way. I think no matter who you sit down with, you can always learn something from someone, whether they have expertise in a certain weapon or expertise in a certain game mode or whatever it might be. Gosh, we could probably, Vic, you and I could probably go back and forth a lot. Like, special combination. We only did one!
We only talked about one idea, and it wasted 10 minutes of time.
Oh my gosh, like...
Wasted is the wrong word, because it was a really fun talk, but...
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, we could talk about so many other special... That was only with Clam Blitz! We could talk about tower control...
Oh yeah, we didn't even move on... You're right, it was just Clam. We didn't even talk about bringing the clams in, we were just concerned with scattering people.
Oh my gosh, yeah, exactly. Oh geez, the baller strategy with clams alone is just its own thing.
Yeah, I mean, dare I bring armor back into this? But like, armoring baller at its ending is so gross because you're giving the baller player free armor when they're leaving their ball.
Gosh, invincibility frames for the baller and having armor on top of it? Gross. Gross.
It's got to be well timed though, otherwise I think the armor gets wasted on them.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, but for armor, to special power up or to not special power up, what do you think?
I like a little special power up just for the speed.
Okay, that's fair. For those that do not know, special power up actually increases the arming time. So you've been there, in that situation where your armor doesn't pop off fast enough. Do you get killed in the 0.1 seconds where your armor was supposed to be there? Well, grab yourself some special power up to activate just 0.1 second faster so you don't die and get sent back to spawn with your own ink armor. Try some special power up today.
Ooh, well timed actually. Like they started the match as soon as you like finished your thing there.
Perfect! We've also got Eons versus Devil's Anchor, playing on Rainmaker on Starfish main stage.
I like the person's name is I Hate It Here.
That's okay. Are they saying they hate it on Starfish main stage? Maybe?
Could be true. Could be true. I believe that I think one of the people in here may also be one of our members of staff. I'm not sure, but it looks like it based on our staff chat.
Maybe.
Let's go.
Well, let's go, team. Okay, so we've got... Which one is Eons and which one is... Okay. Devil's Anchor. Perfect. So I'm also... I'm wondering if anybody is going to go... Especially for Rainmaker on this match, if anybody's going to go Beacons. Because I feel like... in my experience, I don't know about you, Vic, but in main stage specifically, there are so many good beacon places for this map, and we haven't. I think besides just that ballpoint on Inkblot, we haven't really seen much beacon usage. But I'm curious to see what they'll do.
Yeah, great number 1, great number 2, great number 3, great number 4.
Yep.
Well, you get what you... Oh, and you don't get what you want this time. No beacons around here.
That's okay. That's all right. Well, but we do get what I love, which is Object Shredder. Do you see how much they're running?
Oh my god. Yep, and they got the pop right away.
Instant pop. I mean, listen, that's... If you don't mind each person on your team giving up their shoe main slot, just... You don't even need to have a dedicated Rainmaker popper. Your whole team is just an army. And look at this, they are pushing forward. I think I hate it here.
Jump back, which is a good idea. Now here's the thing though, they both have Stingray, which could be very useful to prevent knockouts. Yes. But I know that I believe that our friends on the purple team, I believe that their Stingray are also one of their Object Shredderers too.
Yes, Object Shredder burgers. Correct.
Don't worry about it. Oh, and they're gonna get more points on the board.
That is such a hard. when the Rainmaker bubble is popped and it's lurking nearby, that's why people reset, and that's why they're resetting it right now. It is sometimes it's too much of a liability to have an open Rainmaker that close to your spawn. So I think they made a good choice, but holy cow, the Object Shredder! They have already popped the bubble, and they have really good control of main. They're at lead 20%. You see the Splash lurking on the left side. They're just protecting that flank. They don't want the other team to come through and take a really easy lead again.
Yeah, we see a Missile coming out here, trying to keep them back a little bit. I don't think now is the perfect time to grab the Rainmaker just yet, because it's just too much purple on the map.
Too much purple. They are lacking turf coverage on the other side of the map. They're slowly regaining turf coverage on their own side, but that could be quickly taken over. It looks like.
And now this is looking a little bit better. Yes, we see this Splash going for the flag. If he gets the I was gonna say if he gets that double, it'd be a very good opportunity. The thing about grabbing the Rainmaker now is it's pretty much it's a 2v2, but it's basically a 1v2 for the Hammer player, who is taking it with stride, admittedly. So
on they go.
Say, oh my God, that Hammer going across the map! If they got caught there.
Offensive Stingray, or defensive Stingray, I should say. They don't make any progress, but here we are. Here we are again, on the drop again, with the Rainmaker susceptible. Like, just... Are they gonna reset it this time?
I'm thinking they will. Nope, they took it in the water.
It's so... Okay, they did. I was about to say...
Yeah, but the thing is, they have so much map coverage, they can just take this Rainmaker and bring it right back in again.
Yep.
And it looks like they're not wasting any time to pick it up.
Nope, they're holding possession of it, which I think is fine. Oh, that's a huge Stingray offensively. They're shoving it down that right side, which is such a hard spot for Team Green to defend from. They're dealing with people coming up the flank. They're playing decent defense.
Like, you can see at the top of the map, people don't always remember this about spectator mode, but you can see the special difference between both teams and how many more specials there's been on the right-hand side.
Oh, like total and count, yes. So the number on the left is kills, and the number on the right is specials, and you can see just from the onset.
But an excellent Inkjet coming out here to try and turn things around. Oh, but they're bringing that Rainmaker up. They got another point.
They're making progress.
They just need to get the purple team out of here. Once they're out, they'll be able to finally regroup, and they'll be able to make a push. The thing about this map is it's pretty straightforward to get a push. So, oh no, that poor Stingray. At least he got the kill.
Yep. So it looks like they took a flank on the right box, and they're just gonna let the Rainmaker come and reset. Totally fine. I wonder too how it would be if they were able to take the Rainmaker up the right side out of their spawn instead of trying to shove it up the middle. It's been so tough for them to push this left side because of all the special spam, the Stingrays coming down the gauntlet.
You can see that actually both jets have gotten 4 Stingrays. Oh, never mind, actually. One jet has only got 3. Oh, they're going to be going in for more points.
They've got 3 up. They've got a Booyah Bomb.
They really want to confirm this win with the Booyah Bomb. The Rainmaker not able to actually move forward yet.
Good front lining. They're just throwing bodies at this point. Good work up top. So they're able to stop it on the ramp. They've got 24 seconds.
Alright, this might finally be the opportunity that they need to actually push the Rainmaker out of their base and actually paint up a bit. Because 3 members were actually sent back to spawn. You see, this is a good recovery here. They're only going to have 1 opportunity, but it could be a very good opportunity. There's no Stingray yet, which means the Rainmaker's got time. But if they can take out that jet, it will help them out. Only problem is they're losing members quite quickly here. Rainmaker may not be able to go around that way. No.
I love what they were doing though. You saw how you saw how the team was grouped on the left side, and so they decided, you know what, we're gonna try and take it on the right and go on the back side on those grates. I think if they were able to hold kills in the middle and keep purple team at bay, they probably would have been able to make that left side flank and make some progress. But unfortunately, trade for trade, splat for splat, they weren't able to make it the whole way. Unfortunately, that was they weren't able to make that successful push.
A great escape attempt by Devil's Anchor. I'm sure that we'll see them continue again. It was so good to see them finally escape near the end and have a shot.
Absolutely. Okay, now I've got the team names solidified in my mind. I tell you what, it was so hard for me to not say Smorls and Drizzles again for the second time. I was like, okay, new teams, we got this.
Yeah, our Alpha team is Devil's Anchor, and our Bravo team is Eons.
Yep. And for who it helps, Devil's Anchor has their really cool. I give them props. I really like their little badge, little logo. They've got little like arrows facing out both ways and a little anchor symbol in the middle. That's cool. I like it. A good touch. Ooh, Clan Blitz on Piranha Pit. This one's interesting. Because I think Piranha Pit. Okay, I'll tell you what. Piranha Pit. I don't mind it. All right, a lot of people like, Piranha Pit, not good map. Like, it's so janky. It's got all these escalators. It feels like you're at the airport, but you're going backwards. Like,
Piranha Pit.
Yeah, I like it, especially on Rainmaker when it changes the orientation. I tell you what, I will stand on this hill. I love when they take Piranha Pit and in Rainmaker they like it extends out and they like flip the orientation of it and all that stuff. I wish more maps did that. I think that would be so cool. And if they do more in Splatoon 3, that'll be really cool. Psst, Nintendo, I think it's a great idea.
But they got it to make it work. Were you aware of what they did to Blackbelly all these times to try and fix it with Rainmaker? Because it's been through the ringer.
I've seen. My eyes have witnessed the great calamity that was Skatebelly before. I don't know who it was who tweeted recently, but they showed 2017 Blackbelly.
It was Chara, I believe.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, this thing is crazy. Okay, well.
Speaking of crazy, I'm seeing the Stingray right away here again. And it's still the Object Shredder Stingray. Look at the double stealth jump also on their team. Very interesting to see how that will play it. People always
won't shred the Clan Blasket, but you know.
No, not. It's mostly for shredding armor. Like as you can see, like what it's gonna do is it's gonna prevent the other team from being able to take advantage of their armor as much. Or they could just kill the armor user right away, completely preventing it from being even a thing.
Yep.
It's also an option.
It may not seem like it, but Stingray on this map, in this mode, is just so dirty because the map is actually, for the playable areas, it's really flat. And so being able to hit a power clam user from whatever distance, it's really easy to do.
Yeah, exactly. One of our friends in chat says that Ray.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You hate to see the clam that gets thrown right as the basket just rescinds up. Yes, okay.
Yeah, now you see here, one thing that I'm going to take note of is that the enemy, we had one team pretty much got taken out, and we had one person flanking around the back, and everybody kind of like dogpiled on them to make sure that there was no stealth jumping that was going to be happening there.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Stealth jumping and also covering like where that person had been, especially with stealth jump. I don't know the exact range, but just checking to make sure that there's no lurking stealth jumpers after that, especially in this mode with the clan back open. Super important.
In Splatoon 1, it became like customary for competitive players to actually look up at the skies to try and see if there were people coming on in, because stealth jump was so prevalent back then.
Just to see people flying through the air. To me, that is so cool. I love Splatoon's game design. You can literally look up in the sky. It's a bird with a plane. No, it's a flanking power clam carrier. Dang it!
If only. Oh, this is for Tri-Slodger. They still have plenty of clams, even without him, though. Having the 20 means that there just isn't a lot to work with. Like, the fact that they have it as power clams, it means that we can't really see all of them getting stolen by Devil's Anchor.
Yep. Ooh. So they've dropped... Looks like they've dropped a power clam. Devil's Anchor's making a really good push here, or at least they're keeping really good control of the map. Right now, we're jumping the clam.
Good lead switch, too.
Yes.
Now, we still have the pro over here. The question is, are they going to be able to get out of this situation? Oh, they're schmoovin'.
They're schmoovin'. But unfortunately, it's okay. Hey, we approve your dance move, but unfortunately not enough to keep you alive.
Admittedly, I don't think they would have had the time to jump out there. We're going to see the Stingray coming through to try and build a path directly to have a counter push start over here. Yeah. Trying to keep that pro from being able to move out again for them.
I think Stingray might have been a little bit preemptive. I think a good idea maybe when the push was starting, but again, like we've been talking about the math side of this game mode, Vic, They only had 12 clams. So good for making a Stingray push and making progress forward on the map, but 12 clams will get you a basket break and maybe a couple clams in, but might not flip the lead because of the penalty point on that chart.
The important thing is that Stingray did at least get a splat, which does mean that it'll at least slow down the advance of them again.
Correct. Any situation that you can knock into 3v4 is great for this mode, or any mode.
I mean, it's still very close, by the way. I'm very curious if they're going to try and go for this ramp push or not, or if they're going to go through the rail. We have the Inkjet providing somewhat of a distraction, but unfortunately they're taken out a little too early for them to actually get their job done.
Yep. Eons is maintaining a higher clam count in general, and we are narrowing down to the last minute of the match, so we'll see how this pans out.
Now we see the armor ready already on the side of Eons. We have to see if they're going to be pushing with that. If they get those points going up like nuts over there for that Stingray, climb it up closer, 87%. Armor's coming out right now in preparation for it. That Stingray came out the second they got to 100.
Ready to fire her up. And so now it looks like Eons made a good effort. I love this rail point. It's perfect.
Oh, you already know. They're probably going to jump to that try if they don't get caught.
They have enough clams in their possession. They've got up to 22 now. And it looks like the Jet is bringing up Stingray again. Which is great for the push, but I don't know if they'll be able to go in deep enough in the double.
That Booyah bomb, though. But they're just going to have to rush it now, I think. It's a 2-on-2 situation. They can get that clam in, plus a little bit more. That may be enough to do it. Oh no, but where is the Junior?
Where's the Junior?
Oh, he's going to try it. I don't know if they know he's coming, but oh yeah, they do know he's coming.
They had him marked.
A good try. There were so many opportunities that Eon was trying to open over there to be able to get in. You saw them plan. You saw them try. It's just that they weren't all going exactly at the same time. But they definitely had a lot of opportunities, and I'm sure that they will be doing much more in the future.
Well done, team. I'm curious how much 8 Stingrays on Team Eon. That was a really great way to play defense on Piranha Pit, especially. Defense and offense, actually. They were able to keep Devil's Anchor at bay, and then also able to provide offensive opportunities for their team too.
Two very different styles, where you saw that Devil's Anchor had one very good push, and we saw Eon with multiple smaller pushes to try and cause problems. Even if they didn't all work, it means in the future they might be able to. Great to see different play styles come out.
So is the way of Clam Blitz, and a lot of times you'll see teams will sometimes, especially if they're stacking ink armors, if they're stacking like offensive specials, they might be building up to that big one-hit push. And I think especially the fact that Clam Blitz is so pivotal on how much of a penalty you accrue under the basket. Having a big push to put in as many clams as possible at the same time, it's just so critical, because otherwise, if you do small pushes, then great, you break the basket, you throw in a couple clams, but then the penalty comes back again, and it scrubs back your progress.
And you've given them a free clam.
Exactly. Yes, giving them a free power clam. It's like, here's 10 free clams. I'm just gonna drop this right here.
All right, now we got exciting things though. This is actually going to be a tiebreaker match, as we don't have a clear winner yet for this set.
Let's go. I wonder if the predictions will open. Well, it's about the same situation as everywhere. We're 1-1. I think depending on what weapons we pull out and what specials we have to offer, this could be a really tight match.
Both teams with a Junior, and Junior is so great here because you can just hide behind that bunker and paint everything.
Both armor Juniors as well, no customs for that rain. But it looks like Eon does get the opening kill against Devil's Anchor, and they're taking a right side flank, but it gets denied by Wami. I almost said Wumi. Kind of natural. Okay, so looks like Eon is taking first control of the map. This is a really back and forth. I think they have enough jet. They've got a jet on one side and a heavy spotling on the other. And this map is just so... This map is goofy. I don't know about you, Vic, but all the curves and all the bends and all of the slopes, it might be great for skateboarding and half pipes and stuff, but it's just really tricky to use bombs and to navigate sometimes. But
you get lots of funny fall-off kills. You can surprise people because people can't always see you. I personally have Humpback up on top as one of my favorite maps, and actually Humpback Zones can be super duper entertaining. It's probably one of the best maps in the game for Booyah Bomb spam, which we do see there is a Booyah Bomb on the on one of our team's side here, on the side of Eons, even though they didn't, it looks like they have it, and they probably will pop it off soon to be able to start changing things around. They're going to use that Booyah Bomb instead of on the zone to actually hold back the other team for a while here, just to get more points.
Why is it such a good map?
I mean, the Booyah Bomb, not only does it cover the zone, but it can also just prevent people from taking a certain path. As Humpback Pump Track is all about being able to move around quickly. Yep, if you take away one of those paths, you can kind of start to predict where people might start coming from.
Yep, that's fair. Especially on these flanks that both of these teams have been taking.
We're seeing a 2v2 come out here, so I'm kind of curious who's going to come out on top here. You got that Heavy in the middle of the map trying to hold people off. Understandably starting to move back, seeing as the orange team is moving in here. A good bomb rush to try and neutralize the zone, too.
That's funny. That's not even a bomb rush. That's just a junior with some saber.
Oh my god, you're right!
Great, isn't it? Oh my god. So for those...
It was the bomb into armor combo. Oh no!
I'm sure that most people know, but those would know. Pack in enough sub-saber and enough special charge up to get your special. You can throw down 2 bombs from a junior, activate your ink armor, and throw 2 bombs after that, so it is essentially a poor man's bomb rush. And for the first time in this game, we're seeing a nice squad wipe from Team Eon, and so Team Devil's Anchor is going to have an interesting time covering back. And
then Missile actually is very good at holding them up too, buying some more time.
Ooh, got one Booyah Bomb for each side. There.
And then covering it up. Oh my god.
Crazy. No, but that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, Vic, was the fact that Booyah Bomb either on this map and also countering the other Booyah Bomb is so helpful.
It's also useful for like forcing the other team to go back. Like, hey, you wanna push in on our base? Well, I got a Booyah Bomb now. You better go back. Oh, what a smart placement for those Booyah Bombs there.
Especially on the edge where it can get both sides as they're trying to retreat. Exactly right. And a second ago, we did get a short glimpse at Sky's Kensei 52 build, and they have a lot of special charge up. They understand that, especially with the ink coverage buff, the 52 gal, the Booyah Bomb is their win condition. They know that that's what they need to charge up, and that's what they need to throw out the point at any time. So that's what they're going for. We've got ink storms on the point. Although the scoreboard doesn't reflect it so much, it's a really tight game so far.
I mean, we've been seeing this go back and forth and back and forth. The question is, can the zone be held like long enough by anchors so they can get that lead switch? Oh, with the wipe, that's looking like it's to happen.
Speaking of the Devil's Anchor, they yes, they have a swan wipe. Now Eon is on the back foot. They lost the lead, and Opal is going to try and maybe form a tender missile to try and deflect some of their damage to the progress bar.
And getting the mist out definitely is helpful. They just have to cap that zone real quick. All right.
Done. There's Sky's Booyah Bomb coming in handy.
That poor Heavy, unfortunately, getting just jumped on by everybody.
They do have a nice reversal. Devil's Anchor is getting deflected a little bit, but we'll see how the progress bar goes with that penalty.
Oh, it's gonna be a close one.
I want to highlight how important these armors have been. Like, so many fights, 1v1s, 2v2s, where the armor was the situation between life and death.
Oh my god, look at all these Booyah Bombs!
Huge! And
that's gonna be it for.
Jeez, oh my gosh, well done, both teams. Dang, that was really cool. You want to talk about Booyah Bomb win conditions and on a tiebreaker finish? GG's to Team Devil's Anchor. That was a good finish.
A good fight by Eon as well. 10 armors!
Look at him go. Who needs multiple armors on your team when your junior is pumping out 10 at a time for that game?
I saw 9 Booyah Bombs on the side of Eon as well. I don't know how many Booyah Bombs they had on Devil's Anchor, but wow.
Wow! Fantastic, guys. Well, GG's Devil's Anchor. Well done, Eons. The scoreboard may say 2-1, but holy cow. GG's to you guys.
Great set to watch, definitely. It's interesting because as we are in a bracket right now, we'll get some other. Once another match finishes up, we'll probably have a. Oh, wow, not English there. We'll probably have them showing up here sooner or later. Another couple of teams that probably are on a hot streak. We've got a little bit more time to kill though, and it's great to think about. Humpback Pump Track, like we saw there that was Booyah Bomb Central.
Booyah Bomb City, absolutely.
Interestingly, it's like one of the only maps where you'll see people like come out with the Aerospray PG.
Oh, yep. For the Booyah Bomb and for just turf coverage in general. I think both teams were doing a pretty good job of covering the flanks, but you know, I say that, but at the same time, I really think I couldn't keep track. There was just so many. There were people left, there were people right. There was no consistent like pushes by any particular team. It was a team deathmatch to the end. People were back and forth on the left and the right. I think teams were trying to keep track of the flanks. There were a couple times when either teams were trying to push on those left side boxes to try and get into the back line, but I saw both the Jet on Devil's Anchor and I saw that Heavy Remix on Eon, or I believe that was what it was, both deflecting the flankers pretty easily. So it was a really tough fight in the middle, and you saw that's where the Booyah Bombs were going as well.
There was one really interesting Booyah Bomb that the Heavy had actually thrown at one point where they had the Tri-Slosher on the other team running up towards them. So what the Heavy did was they threw the Booyah Bomb down ahead of the jump, like where the sniper would be. And so when the Tri-Slosher would run up to shoot at them, they'd get caught on the Booyah Bomb before they could kill the Heavy. But at the same time, someone on the other team had thrown a Booyah Bomb at the Heavy's spot. So the Heavy came down after they killed the Tri successfully and died to the next Booyah Bomb.
And they're locked. They're locked in that vertical fall from the Booyah Bomb, and so there's nowhere else to go but into the maws of the Booyah Bomb. That was GG's.
What a great match to see.
I think that map is also really... I know that there were a lot of bombs being planted from both juniors and from both sides, but I think both teams did a really good job of either using bomb spam for recovering the zone, or just maintaining turf, like using bombs at the drop. You mentioned how they were using Tenta missiles as the team was coming out of spawn, and so in a lot of situations, like that can be helpful for scrambling the team as they're trying to take over, as they're trying to come back into the fight. And so this map, whether it's on zones or Rainmaker, is always tricky to handle either Tenta missiles or bomb spam, just because of the number of drops, the number of layers that the team has to go through to get to the point.
We have one of our friends in chat claiming, "What if you could have Drop Roller on your Booyah Bomb?"
You know, theory crafting time. I kind of wish you could. That would be fun. There are no. Wow, that would be overpowered. There's no dualies with Booyah Bomb. I don't think. No. Maybe Splatoon 3. Who knows? But having dualies to like double dash out would be really helpful too.
I mean, they already do that when they super jump in anyway.
Absolutely. Well, that and drop roller too, being able to like bounce back.
Like there are little things that the game like just doesn't tell you, you know?
Yeah.
Like, or just small things like, you know, teams getting special when like one team has like the objective, or what certain abilities do. I had this pointed out to me the other day by Chara. He was showing us a bunch of stuff on like Sendow's website. And like all the information that is actually like attached to every ability. I know you love this because I know you're a math guy and you love carrying the wiki for it.
I think my like top most viewed website is either Splatoon Wiki or Sendow at any given time.
That's why it's always great to talk with you on tournaments, because I know how much you just love it. You love taking in all the info. That's the thing. There is so much info, so much going on every time. Like, the commentators get to see it from a different perspective and say, hey, this is a thing that's going on the match right now that looks really interesting. It's not always the thing that's on the screen even. Sometimes it's the player on the side doing some really crazy play that allows the player on the screen to get away with their thing, but only you're paying attention to that. Like, the players might not realize that at the time, but you're seeing it, and you can tell everyone else, hey, look at this thing that they're doing.
Yeah, and that's really fun for, I think, people playing in these matches, too, is obviously they're focusing on things in the game, but when they get to watch the VOD later, they get to either hear our commentary, or they just get to watch it for themselves and say, like, oh gosh, like, wow, really cool what this person did in this situation, and they can, like, take notes on that for later. I'm also going to, while we have a break, Vic, I'm going to go grab some water real quick. And
all right.
All of our friends in chat who have either not done that or need to do that, I would recommend that too. So,
all right, see you in a little bit.
1 second.
Hey, welcome back, you guys. We're here for round 4 of Checkpoint 1's tournament.
Hello again. We're back with more peeps and more games. I think this is our last rotation before we switcheroony some things around. But we currently have Perfect Storm and Asians the Musical, which is a fantastic name. I almost want to call them ATM, but I don't know if that would be right. What do you think, Vic?
I don't know. I feel like it might be a little bit of a time save. It gets rid of gets rid of 2 of the 5 syllables.
Yes.
Perfect Storm, ATM. They match.
Yep. Exactly. Perfect Storm, ATM. Oh, look at yes, beautiful. I like it. And speaking of which, our 2 teams are going up on Wahoo World on Clambo or Clamblitz.
Oh, nice. You know, as if we weren't talking enough about Clamblitz before, we finally got more Clamblitz to see.
You know, I don't mind it, and you know, we're putting it first. Oh, but I also see Tower Control and Sturgeon Shipyard. My favorite. I like Sturgeon a lot. It's one of my favorite maps. But we're at stage 1. We're in Clamblitz on Wahoo World. So
gotta keep yourself in the clam mode.
Oh yes, exactly. Clam mindset. So correct me if I'm wrong, Vic. Do you remember? Sorry, wrong song. We're gonna get bopped on Twitch. Wahoo World rotates, right? The little platform rotates. Is it which modes does it stay stagnant on, and which modes does it rotate on?
It's stagnant.
Turf War definitely.
It's stagnant on zones.
Okay.
And we'll find out if it's stagnant here. Because it's 2 that it's stagnant and 2 that it's not.
Yes. We'll find out. As in, like, this is even commentating a Splatoon tournament, we are still learning things. We also see a squeezer. Hello?
Oh, as we were talking about before, I think that it stays open. Oh, no, never mind. It's moving. It's moving in Clam. It moves in Clam.
Right. Got it. We also see a lot of stealth jump.
I believe it's stagnant in Tower.
Yep.
I may be wrong about that, but it feels right that it'd be Tower. The other one that it wouldn't do the thing.
Yep. But it's also, you know, although it's moving, it has the giant arcs in the middle, which I kind of like. I kind of wish that the arcs were just persistent for all of the modes, because I like being able to pass through. So Asians the Musical is going with a lot of stealth jump, by the way, as we saw the beginning. Also, for those of you interested, go to the top of your Twitch tab now to predict which team you think will win. We're on a fresh 0-0 scoreboard. Who do you think will win? Asians the Musical or Perfect Storm? The real question is, like, how many storms is Perfect Storm running?
Ooh.
So far, I think none. But actually, no, they're running at least 1. They're living up to their name. Good. We need 1.
Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Now, speaking of the game itself, we are seeing just a lot of clam collecting right now, and not a lot of basket breaking. And both teams have pretty consistent clam count. Asians the Musical is getting 21 over 14, and both kills on both sides. 2v2 situation. This is kind of just a back and forth. Each team is waiting for an opening. Although, it looks like, if I'm seeing this correctly, yes, Perfect Storm is punching the basket. They had a sploosh rush forward, and now the clams are coming in.
It looks like they decided to, at least for now, abandon their power clam, and I think they're going to come back and take it later. With all the spots they got, they actually have a ton of clams now. Yeah. If they go back to that pity, they're going to get to 27.
You know, I actually said it wrong. The sploosh was going in from Team Perfect Storm to try and get the basket, but they didn't make it in time. Asians the Musical did have a barrier break, and they were able to pull that basket before Perfect Storm was able to break it themselves.
Ooh, good move, the Dynamo Roller there. Did they make that in? Okay, yes, they did. Okay,
I was
gonna say. And immediately taking advantage of all the clams they had, they were able to just keep on causing problems. The wipe is not going to help though, because it looks like there's a lot of clams on the map right now.
The wipe is going to give Asians the Musical a free power clam and all the clams that they gathered up from.
And all that turf. Look at them go, just grabbing the clams, moving back, taking out the Dynamo Roller. Very important, so they can't suppress their push.
Yep. Jessica,
we do have a ton of those clams kind of locked up in that inkjet.
And Tri-Slosh is out of ink. Unfortunately, I know that pain. Tri-Slosh uses ink so quickly. Some bomb spam coming in from Perfect Storm. But it looks like they're just holding the middle for now. Although that splashdown puts an end to the power climb for Asians the Musical. And it looks like they're going to retake that.
Great idea. If you notice that the heavy actually is almost all the way their Booyah Bomb, them choosing to leave instead of getting splatted there will mean that they'll be able to push in a little bit faster.
Holding it for defense.
Unless they get jumped. Okay, yeah, and they were forced to use their Booyah Bomb there, which I'm sure they didn't want to do, but...
Well, they had ink armor, and the fact that the Sploosh survived on top of being able to escape and force the heavy remix to Booyah Bomb, that means they have to recharge it before they use it for anything defensive. Looking at Perfect Storm's clam count, though, they're up to 21. We'll see if they decide to do anything. They do have control of the middle. Kevin from Asians the Musical is trying to get to the right side, although they get walloped by the Dynamo. Dynamo is doing a really good job of holding the middle here, and it looks like Perfect Storm's going to push in. They do have a clam break. They've got a Booyah Bomb. They've got a really good win condition here. Oh, they've got bubbles too from the squeezer. Here we go.
Oh, there is a lot going on here to try and prevent that team from being able to push up against them.
Yep. This is a really tough situation to drop from, especially, well, Asians the Musical is the team with the stealth jump, so Perfect Storm isn't going to make any sneaky drops anytime soon, but they made a really good dent into that climb blitz lead. Now they're down to 34 versus Asians the Musical 68. So 69.
Funny. Sadly, we can't go back up to that number, though, but it looks like we're starting to see the beginning of a push here. I always wonder, can they get in time? They've got a little bit of time. The Booyah Bomb behind the Dynamo Roller, so smart.
Well done.
So smart.
Great play. I feel like I'm commentating a golf match. Oh, good placement. Good placement of the Booyah Bomb right behind the leader. Yes.
All right, but they are in overtime. They have to bring that clam in, or else that's gonna be it. If they get that in, and they drop the clam behind them there, it looks like, so they can fight off the guy, but no!
No! Electro. Well done. Good fights in the middle. Oh my gosh, Perfect Storm creates the Perfect Storm right at the ending for, gosh, a blazing finish. Right, blazing finish. GG's. Oh my gosh.
Taking away all the things that they had ready. That could have been a push, but oh no.
GG's on both sides. Wahoo World is honestly a really tough match. I was playing, personally, I was playing Rapid Blaster in Ranked a couple days ago, and it was just, it's tough because there's so many flanks. You know, I'm actually surprised when I was playing personally, gosh, somebody would just run Brush, and the Brush would just run a power clam up the left side, up that back flank of Wahoo World, and if your team is in the drop, if they're in front of the clam basket, you can't retreat fast enough. Like, the Brush just sprints behind and is able to break the basket and even bring people back there to jump. It's interesting, we didn't see that strategy in this one, but still a really good slow push from Perfect Storm. And gosh, having a Sploosh to knock down the competition at the very end to seal up the deal was really helpful too.
I'm just really excited to see if that Sploosh is coming back for a round 2 or not, honestly.
Well, you know, on Piranha Pit with all of these escalators and all of these different flanks and stuff, I wouldn't be surprised. Speaking of which, hey Vic, guess what? We're back on Piranha Pit once again.
Hey!
We've been talking about this whole time, so again, it doesn't... Splat Zones doesn't particularly change the layout for zones on this map, but I still like it, and we'll see. Correct me if I'm wrong, it has 2 zones on this one, right? This is a split zone? Yes. Okay.
Of course, being a split zone map means that it's just you have to pay attention to your own zone as well as theirs. I know that sounds like very basic because it is very basic, but it's so easy to get so focused on just one side and then not pay attention to the other at all.
Correct. And in a lot of situations too, this map can be kind of tough with, I think, spawn camping situations and as well. It can be a strategy to keep the other team like at bay. And you know, zones in general, I've unfortunately heard zones as being described as like spawn camping 2.0. Because of all roads, zones is the one where you can just leave the zone by itself to take care of itself, and you can take care of the spotting.
Some players will call it the lockout phase. They'll say, "Ooh, loving those stealth jumps."
We got
5 players in total with stealth jump in this.
Well, we'll see if it actually is useful in this case too, because we've got a nice explosion. We've also got a really high run speed. Mini zap, mini spiraling, I should say, on the other team. I love this. And they've also gone with the baller explosion, which is kind of fun too.
Thing also that like it's a very interesting composition here. I like the Explo here actually.
Yep. A lot of people give it a hard time. It's really tough and very ink consumption heavy, but specials, whether it's bubbles or whether it's baller in this case for Team Asians and Musical, both are really good options for this. And you know, especially being able to use the dynamo, the explosion, even the soda flasher, to be able to deny the top of those escalator ramps is so critical because people will just sit on top of those all day and rain ink. But the fact that we've got dynamos and explosives and all this to deny the top of those ramps is really important. Inkjet trying to take some direct hits from the top, and unfortunately, like you said, this split zone map is kind of an interesting thing to take care of. You can see Electra over here on the right side. They're coming in so fast, and they're able to take the Musical's home zone very quickly. And after a couple teammates down, very quick retake of both zones for Team Perfect Storm. Well done.
It's something that you do have to notice here is that the blue team actually had a very strong control of all the area around the zone. So once they actually got the zone, they pretty much turned the map into their own map.
Yes. Especially since the zone takes your own color as you claim it. So
it's so like basically some people have an issue where they'll focus only on the zone and not the area around it, which kind of prevents you from being able to move around. Now you're letting the enemy team swim around you as they're trying to get that zone, and it just will constantly cause you to start being pressured.
Yep. And then also comes a tricky situation when, obviously, your team can only move in your own color ink, and so if the only ink coverage that you have is your zone, well, the team knows where we are now. It's all just a matter of collapsing on that point.
Loving to see it now. They've actually done much better this time at actually covering the area around the zone, which is going to help them to keep the zone this time.
Yep. It might be a slow retake, but I think they're doing a great job of managing the trip around. That's 3 down, unfortunately, for Perfect Storm, so Asians Musical is going to have a good opportunity to push in, and the Tetra's doing some work. And thankfully not getting splashed on canceled. I won't commentator curse it. I'll knock on wood. Whoa, explosion we love to see! Getting 2 kills, and as they come out of spawn. This is one of those camp situations, unfortunately.
Asians the Musical getting a really good lead, at least, before... Oh, no, they actually have to keep the zone. I was going to say, oh, they might lose it now, but... Actually, they do still have a decent control. The rain coming through. This rain is really well placed, and it's running straight through both the zones.
Yep. As their name suggests, Perfect Storm is running a Tri-Slosher Nueva, which has Splat Bombs and Inkstorm. So the ability to spam a bomb and throw an Inkstorm down, and that covers both the zones. Really nice for the team to have at their side.
Ooh, and that baller just right around the edge getting that kill? Fantastic. We're going to see this Explo starting to work to probably take care of all these zones again. Now, you see, the thing about the Explosion is it does cover even the area underneath their feet a little bit when they throw that shot. So they're covering both the zones simultaneously while they're also causing a lot of damage. It's very rare these days, I feel like, to see Explo, like, but I love to see it. It can be so good on zones.
And what a lot of people don't know too is that the Expo actually does 2 instances of damage where the actual projectile will do a lot of damage, and then the splash around it will do it too. So if you get somebody with the splash and the direct hit of the projectile, like Lana says in chat, it's 90 damage. That's 90 damage. Yeah. So if you've taken any hit, you can get one hit by Xbox. Thank goodness main power-up does not increase damage for that, because that would be a one-hit kill machine if people had that. But speaking of one-hit kill machines, Perfect Storm is doing a really great job of keeping Asians Musical at bay. It looks like the zones are in control of Perfect Storm right now. And we're closing down on the last few seconds of the match.
Yeah, it looks like we have 5 seconds left. If we don't see a lead switch here, this could be it. No, and they weren't able to actually take control of that zone.
Ooh. I really like the weapon choices here, and what's also interesting, we didn't see anybody turf the left and the right side. You know, as far as people farming ults was concerned, those free spaces on the left and right could have been used for like maybe an extra ink storm, maybe an extra Booyah Bomb. But no matter, there's a lot of turf still in the middle to be had, and fortunately for Asians Musical, that is a win. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together. We've got a 1-to-1 situation. We've got a tiebreaker coming up to you.
Oh.
Tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard. A good one.
And this is the one that you wanted so bad too, and now it's got some more stakes to it.
Ooh, yes. And also Tower control is a lot of fun too, because I mean, I think of all the modes, Tower control is a lot of fun because unlike Rainmaker can be a heartbreaker, because if you can get one possession so easily because the Rainmaker can move so fast. So you know, if you wanna knock down, drag out fight for the last one, the 1-to-1, having a tower control game is going to be fantastic.
Now I'm wondering if we're gonna see any Inkjet play in here, because this is a gross Inkjet map. Did you see on tower?
Mm-hmm. I saw some Inkjet come out, even on zones. So you bet your bottom that I think they'll probably pull out some for tower control too. I've also
it's like we were saying before, that it scatters people.
Yes. Oh, precisely. And depending on what other specials you have online at that time, could be really helpful for either team pushes or even defense too. The question is, how critical do you think a blaster is going to be in this situation? Yay? Nay?
I don't think that they have to have the blaster.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that it can be helpful because it is a very open air map.
True.
Where blasters can reach a number of places that really can make a difference. They can reach over to where the back line is hiding. Yep. They can easily pop over and hit people from the tower, because there are a number of places where you can stand with a blaster and hit the tower and not truly be in harm's way. But I think that even without a blaster, a team can come on top here.
Well, let's go and let's see what happens. I was personally playing a Rapid Blaster on this map in tower control, and it was just so helpful for especially long range stuff.
In fact, actually, there's no blasters here. I know it's what you wanted.
Speaking of which, okay,
today.
Well, interesting. Okay, so we're going with a very similar comp that we saw from last round in zones. We're still keeping the X-Splosh. We're still keeping the Dynamo. We've still got many Flylings and Sloshers. Oh my! But this time we've also got a Nautilus, and if I remember correctly, that's the Nautilus with Jetpack. So we do have it after all, I believe.
We've got some very aggressive stealth jumping going on as well, if you noticed.
Yep. Well, I think you've told me before, Vic. Toon 1.
Ooh, a great double. Great double there as well.
And Asians Musical doing a really good job.
Yeah, they're having a very strong starting push here. This can snowball out of control very quickly if there's actually not any defense that really comes out here.
Yep.
The Baller doing a great job as well.
There's Rank Jet. Nice job, team. And
taking away options is so important.
And like we've been saying before, even if it's not a huge team white, even if it's a trickle by trickle, Asians the Musical doing a really good job of keeping presence on the tower as it's moving forward. But fortunately for Perfect Storm, they are able to take it back and bring it back to midpoint. So we're doing a little bit of a toggle switch. Now it's Perfect Storm on the offensive, ironically popping their Ink Storm as they go forward and making the move to the right side of the map.
This Dynamo is just slowly taking ground and trying to take away options here.
Yep.
Very useful to help that tower keep going, but I don't think they have anybody on the tower, so that is going to move back to the middle again. It's a good time to get on the tower, seeing as 3 are down, but we need at least one player to move forward and try to hold back the other team as they're starting to come on in here.
Yep.
Kiwi's trying to do that, popping the rain out. Very good timing.
Oh, good Booyah Bomb placement, especially for somebody out on the grates. Oh no! That's okay. A tough situation. Swampert with the Dynamo is able to deflect a little bit of... Okay. They're able to plant that kill. And now the zone is... the tower sitting in the middle. Let's see which team decides to take the offensive.
Vivian take a shot at it.
No. Vivian has been doing such a good job of getting into the back line and doing damage. Unfortunately, the splash zone gets canceled, but they have been making a really hard time of the back line of North Hub.
I mean, when you think about it, the more opportunities you take away from them, the less they'll be able to actually push in. You can see that there's, like, this 10 to 38, it definitely puts a lot more pressure on green to actually, not green, sorry, on purple to actually push up.
They've got a lot of progress to do, but fortunately, that is a wipe for Perfect Storm. So Perfect Storm is going to make a perfect amount of progress here. And you can actually, this is a really great view of game coverage. Perfect Storm has got a good positioning right now, especially with more Ink Storms coming out, ironically. But unfortunately... And
as soon as you say that, unfortunately, that ends up turning around very quickly. You were so close to compliment them, and then just...
Commentated her. Dang it, that's okay. Well, fortunately for Asians the Musical in this case, they're retaking zone. There's a lot of mid-fight. You can see from this top view, everybody's kind of collapsing on this mid-zone. But it looks like Asians the Musical has gotten fully wiped, so now Perfect Storm has a chance to move up. I'm curious, they don't have a lot. Well, Kiwi is pushing up this left side along with Wade. They're gonna try and take this left side, but if they can get in deep enough, they can disrupt the back line. Electro, you can see just sharking right there with the mini zap. They're gonna go for the Nautilus.
That was a great angle though.
The Nautilus is still holding this right great. However, Swampert hears the call out and is able to defend on that right side. Booyah Bomb defense.
Booyah Bomb's gonna let them get some points on there, but if they can't get on the tower, they're not gonna be able to actually push up a bit. The thing is that the Perfect Storm really doesn't have too much in the form of offensive specials to keep damage going on that tower, but they want it so bad. I don't know where the mini went, but they're gonna have to hold the line until some people can jump back. They still have 45 seconds to try for another push. They've gotten multiple opportunities, and I feel like we'll see at least one more from them.
It's gonna have to be a really good team wipe from Perfect Storm if they want to get to that final 10 to break that lead. Fortunately, the Nautilus is doing work to use the jetpack and push some territory. They're able to deny Kiwi in the middle, and so Asians the Musical is taking good control right now. Electro doing their best on the left side, but Vivian at the Tetris does a really good job at playing defense.
Yeah, they're slowly pushing them back into spawn, which is giving Asians the Musical the advantage that they were looking for. If they're the ones running the tower, they're getting free special, and they're not even letting the team obtain the tower.
Exactly, great jetpack use, and off the map as we finish the game. GG's. I like this map for a reason. It's a lot of fun. I think Perfect Storm tried to do their best of flanking on that left side to poke and try and get into the backline, and they did a great job. Electro with the mini Splatling was trying to shark and wait for a good opportunity to punch in, but unfortunately just didn't work out like they wanted to.
GG's. Very good opportunities that were put up there by Perfect Storm. Even if they didn't get to win, they did what they needed to try and start.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a very valuable thing.
Yep. Wow, great job on both sides. Between both teams use pretty similar match weapon lineups for both sides. But seeing how they also adapted it to the maps, I think that just speaks to, a lot of people will say, oh, well, if you're playing, like we were saying before the match, actually, Vic, oh, people have to run Blaster on tower control because it's so overpowered. It's like, yes, but if your comfort weapon is a Dynamo or a Tri-Sloshy or a Soda Slosh or whatever it is, you will perform better with your comfort weapon more so than whatever weapon is like the meta or whatever weapon is overpowered per se, for that map.
And you got to be lucky and hope that your weapon is the meta weapon.
Yes!
Then you double win!
That is correct, too. That's absolutely right as well.
It was fun to commentate with you, though, today, Adoran.
Sure. And you as well, Vic. and thank you all of you guys for joining us here for Checkpoint. The show goes on. We'll have more games coming up soon. We are switching casters for a little bit. Vic and I have been your commentators for the first 4 matches. Vic, what was your favorite part?
Ooh, I think there was a lot of fun that was going on in the previous, not this set that we just witnessed, but the set beforehand.
Yes, I think I think we got mega excited about the Humpback Pump Track Splat Zones match.
Yeah, it was the Booyah Bomb.
That was such a blast. So we will, and every match have had its really cool high points. The triple sploosh kill on Wahoo World. There's been so many awesome moments. And so if you guys have been having fun, stick around. We'll be out for round 5 coming up soon. New casters, new matches, and everything happening. And we are switching over to Cork and Cheddar. They'll be coming in soon to give you guys more commentating goodness. Meantime, grab some. Oh, it's Cater. Gotcha. Perfect. Well, we'll have them coming up soon. Grab some water, grab a snack if you need to, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Checkpoint 1 in-house tournament number 3. I am Kater, and I am joined here today by Cork.
Yes, we're going to be seeing Ain't No Booyah Batgirl versus Devil's Anchor in round 5 of our Twist stage, and we're going to be starting off on Spot Zones and New Albacore Hotel. Any thoughts on this map?
I like this map. I am very heavily biased towards liking this map because I play long-range weapons. But I do expect to see those come out, you know, just because Albacore favors long range so heavily with the Greats, and just the way that the map is laid out, it's a really long map. It's a really wide map, I guess, if you view it from, you know, like the really long side-to-side stretch. But you also have those areas of water and Greats that long range just gives you such a great advantage on.
Yeah, especially if you pull out something, and any Splatling is going to be very powerful here, because they're not running so much run speed on those Greats. With the range and the run speed, it's going to be quite difficult. And zones, I think Devil's Anchor was on stream earlier and they pulled out a remix for zone, so I'd be interested to see if we see that again. Seems pretty likely.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Booyah on this, just because it's a range special that can be thrown from over like over the other side of one of the water gaps, it's really useful for helping take back zone. Although, if I'm not mistaken, zone does have that box in the middle of it. I don't remember whether that one's present in zones. If it is, then that does prevent the Booyah from expanding over the entire zone. Or it might just be a pillow. I honestly do not remember.
I don't believe there's any box in the middle of zone. But...
if there isn't, then it just expands over the entirety of the zone.
It does, yeah. It's an annoying map for Booyah. One of the bomb rushers are probably going to see coming out. And yeah, looks like we're just about to get started, and we're going to see... I'm hoping for triple Splatling, because that was my team once.
Oh yeah, we did run triple Splatling. It did work. It was really fun, too.
Yeah, so it's going to be... the Greats are going to be one of the most important things on this map for these teams, because they can control the Greats, they can limit a lot of their opponent's movement. And we see
there's the remix on the side... oh, yeah, there is the remix that you mentioned on the side of Devil's Anchor, I believe, and Ain't No Booyah Batgirl pulling out the C-Jet, and as well as the V-52.
Oh, someone fell in the water! Oh no!
Oh no! They're taking a swim early on, and that's going to be first... float. Yep, squids do not, and that's going to be first cap for Ain't No Booyah Batgirl, but Devil's Anchor with the Booyah at the ready, and yes, I believe, yeah, there is a box in the middle of the zone. Yeah, so that
I think corrected.
It prevents, but people going down left and right, actually, and yet another Booyah coming out. That's a double Booyah comp out of this Devil's Anchor here?
Devil's Anchor.
Yes, Devil's Anchor with the remix and the K-Pro as well. K-Pro getting a nice pick, and 2 down now on the side of Ain't No Booyah Batgirl, as this Devil's Anchor has recovered from their shot, taking a swim, I believe, and now it is Ain't No Booyah Batgirl who has to push back in with specials here. The ball are going to immediately rush, and the C-Jet popping the Ray too. We'll see if it's enough to take that zone.
It looks like it will be, but or not. The Genius gonna get the Zap's gonna get taken out by double team. Another one goes on. The CDS is trying to do something, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. They're getting caught on a 2v1. They're gonna be lucky to get out alive, and they don't get out alive. And
yeah,
we've seen missiles coming online. Yeah, we've seen missiles coming online for the side of Devil's Anchor, and the Booyah coming out as well. The remix is looking for a pick of the Siege, and the Siege is gonna run away. And another member is gonna try to pressure the Heavy, but the longer range weapons are trying to get in, but they're gonna get in a close range fight. The CDS does manage to take the K-Pro out, which should be crucial. The Stingray is coming out. They should be able to get a comp back, especially because one more just goes. But the remix gets the pick. Another one goes down as well, even though the Rain and the Stingray come out. They didn't come out that much in sync. So the remix does go down, and they do get the cap. Barely. Stopping at 8. They got a long way to come back, but at least they're still in the game. And I hope that K-Pro doesn't try to move backward. They almost got blown up. K-Pro's gonna be forced back.
Yeah, that pick on the remix was probably crucial. If that hadn't gone through, the game probably would have been over, but as it stands, we are still there, and with that hefty 70-point penalty that Devil's Anchor has because they held the zone for so long, but it is in their control yet again as Ain't No Booyah Batgirl is forced out. You see, the members are a little bit isolated here, but they are firing down, using their height advantages to take out the K-Shot and that Booyah Bomb out of, not completely sure who that was, unfortunately does take out a member of Ain't No Booyah Batgirl. But now the K-Pro is down, and it looks like with the armor and the Ray coming out, Ain't No Booyah Batgirl is going to make another dash to the zone. Gonna get another pick. The ends up looking for another, doesn't quite get it, but still they did flip that back around very nicely, and the ends up is kind of just holding forward here, and it is definitely paying off for them as they are just getting the picks that their team needs to stay in control here. They've painted out all up, and suddenly the zone has flipped, and this is looking very heavily in favor of Ain't No Booyah Batgirl right now.
Yes, but we do see the Gal going down, the arm is coming up to the side of Devil's Anchor, and it looks like 2 members got called out. Nice flank. Looks like the members of Devil's Anchor moved to consider Ain't No Booyah Batgirl. Just gonna put them in a fairly bad place. Ain't No Booyah Batgirl does have a Stingray, but the Booyah Bomb is online for Devil's Anchor, and member of Devil's Anchor goes down, the Gal's going down the side of Ain't No Booyah Batgirl as well. The Booyah Bomb's coming out, and the Caper is not in a great place to get a lot of fire coming down on them. They're gonna have to play really well. If they do get the pick, they manage to dodge all that fire. They're moving in, looks like they're looking the Shark, which is an interesting strategy for Caper. They do back off because they don't want to take the 1v1 with the Gal. Gal's gonna rush for the Caper, does get the pick, but they're gonna be hit like crazy. Gal gets another pick. There's 2 down on the side of Devil's Anchor, but Ain't No Booyah Batgirl just didn't get enough paint fast enough, and that's gonna be the game for Devil's Anchor, taking the first set with a KO.
Yeah, tense game 1 there. I mean, there were so many times where Booyah Back looked like they were gonna have the cap, and then they just didn't. Devil's Anchor took them out systematically, and were just able to paint right over the damage that they did. And 7 armors and 10k out of the junior on Devil's Anchor side, really doing, exactly what a junior does best. I really like the pincer moves that you pointed out of Devil's Anchor there. I mean, like I said, Booyah Back looked like they were in a really good position, but as soon as one of their members went down, Devil's Anchor just kind of took advantage of that and basically surrounded them.
Yes, so now we're going to be going on to Tower Control Manta Maria, which a lot tighter maps, though I think both teams' comps, if they choose to run the same thing, should work fairly well here. Especially if we see that K-Pro coming out again. The Booyah Bomb's going to help a lot in controlling all the nooks and crannies you need to clear out when you're trying to push tower, and defending the same nooks and crannies when they're being attacked. And just the way they were sharking, if they can translate that playstyle to a tighter map like this, I think it'll be very effective.
Oh, definitely. It's very hard to run from a Booyah Bomb when you're trapped in Elbow or Street. Those really, the skinny, pretty easy to get trapped in alleyways. Like, just getting a Booyah Bomb thrown at you, you get trapped between that and a bomb and you're basically dead. So, I mean, that double Booyah comp could come back. I would not be surprised to see that again. And then, of course, the C-Jet, probably gonna stay as well. Because we all know, C-Jet, the race spam, it's around, it's viable.
Yes, we will probably see many a Stingray coming out for these teams.
Yeah, I am just a little bit biased.
I'll be interested to see what if Ain't No Booyah Batgirl makes any changes, because it looks like their comp was fairly effective. It's just it felt like they were always a little bit behind Devil's Anchor. I think most of the problem, if anything, was just that K-Pro. They're gonna have to deal with that K-Pro on the side of Devil's Anchor, because the K-Pro, I think they led the KAs, and I haven't seen many people who can pull off sharking K-Pro like that, but it was clearly highly effective.
Oh yeah, I mean, K-Pro's long range and really fast damage time, especially if you're using MPU, is something to be feared just because you can back up and outrange a lot of the common slayers like shots. And are those V-dualies? We don't see those often.
Yeah, those are earlier actually.
Really? Well, I don't see them very often anymore, but that is V-dualies coming out of the side of Booyah Back. As the CDS and C-Jet, yeah, the rest of the comp is there to stay, but it looks like we're just gonna see the dualies painting for missiles really early on, and that K-Pro is back. Remix looks like it's getting swapped out for a C-Jet. I like that pick, and that comp is pretty much meta on the side of Devil's Anchor. So really interested to see how that works out for them. A few scrappy fights in mid here. The first couple picks gonna be down on the side of Booyah Back, looks like, as it is going to be first. Actually, not Booyah Back. Yeah, that's Devil's Anchor with 2 down, and Booyah Back with first take of the tower, getting into that first checkpoint, but not farther, as the C-Jet just pops that ray to shut it down. But then again, that is just 1 down yet again on the side of Devil's Anchor, and Booyah Back tried to get another push down, but now with 2 down on both sides, looks like they're just gonna have to give it up, and it's just going to go back to being a stalemate in mid.
Yes, so they also, you talked about the V-dualies earlier. They're gonna mirror what the K-Shot's likely going to be doing to the side of Devil's Anchor, providing missile support but also being able to slay. And then we see the K-Pro is getting called. It looks like there's a lot of emphasis by the side of Ain't No Booyah Batgirl and trying to take them out. The CDS is going down for... Yeah, I mean, maybe they did. They could be watching. I don't know. But The CDS does look like the CDS does just respawn. Missiles are coming out to the side of 8-0 back row. And we have the juniors looking that they're forced to back up, and 8-0 back row seems to be generally in a position where they just have to back up and give ground to the side of Devil's Anchor until they can find something. We got the armor coming out to stay alive to all the incoming fire. On one, the CDS getting a nice pick on the K-Shot, which can open things up. They really take that C-Jet out if they want to push again because... Oh, and they are taking that C-Jet. It's like they can hear me because they're sending a Stingray straight at the C-Jet. And then a bomb gets a double, and boom.
3 down. Yep, 3 down now on the side of Booyah Batgirl as that unfortunate bomb taking 2 of their members out at one time. That's half their team gone, and this K-Shot here almost had missiles. They're just gonna run away so they can pop those. It is now a push for Devil's Anchor right now, getting past that first checkpoint, having to get off of tower due to the heavy defense getting put down by Booyah Back right now. But they're just gonna hop right back on. There is one down on the side of Booyah Back right now. The dualies are out, and those 2 specials online. Oh, K-Pro gets taken out before they can pop that Booyah. C-Jet still has the Ray if they'd like to progress this further. Looks like they are going to try to. They are right next to that second checkpoint right now, but Booyah Back is able to hop onto the tower, and with 3 members swarming around in street, it looks like Devil's Anchor is going to back off a little bit here, but they only had one of their members go down, and the K-Pro's now back, so they are doing a very nice job of disengaging. I mean, the C-Jet is still there, still putting down paint pressure, even though none of them are on the tower. It's still very much in control of Devil's Anchor right now, as the K-Pro just relentless in their picks, getting yet another one, and that's 2 down again on the side of Booyah Back. Yet another down! And it's just, there's no room for them to breathe as Devil's Anchor yet again hopping on the tower. Even though it looked like their push was dead, they've just come back right with another one.
Yes, it's been, for the last like minute or so, and it'll be back to only been 1 down, but they get 2 down, they get the C-Jet and the K-Pro is going to open things wide open for them. Because they can just find out where the other 2 are Sharky. They're going to have to be a bit careful so they don't get called out by the shot of the junior, but doesn't look like the missiles do much. Missiles coming out to the side of NWA back up. And, oh, the junior goes down for the side of NWA back row. It's going to put them in a bit of an ugly situation, though. It is a 3v3 with doing the Stingray out. They've almost got Rain, but they're going to have to get through this K-Pro again. That's going to be a tall order given how strong we've seen the K-Pro showing earlier. And now we have looks like the C-Jet's looking for some picks. They're going to back up. They're probably going to try to get Ray to get a bit more opening for their team. We have the Rain coming out as well. And Devil's Anchor is getting pushed to a bit of a corner, and one of our teammates is hiding. He's trying to shotgun snipe. He's going for the C-Jet, but I don't think they're gonna get it. They're gonna get 2. That's either 2 or 3v1. That's
like 3v1 right there, yeah.
And we've got 3 specials ready for the side of NWA back row. This is their opportunity. This is their shot. They just need to clear out all these other areas. Looks like we're supposed to keep up, but NWA back row has their members go down first, despite all the specials. And it doesn't look like anyone from Devil's Anchor actually went down, despite all the specials coming out. It's really gonna hurt them. I don't know if the armor came out, but their junior dead. And Devil's Anchor just did a really good job of surviving those, forcing NWA back row to effectively waste their specials. And we see UT here going for a pick, does get it, is taken out, but NWA back row is gonna have to go now, and they just go. But they're armored. There's 3 of them. That's gonna be the game, and the set win for for Devil's Anchor. So NWA back row. There still will be 1 more game, so they can potentially improve their standing.
I thought you were gonna say something about like the set being over. It's like, no, it's playoff 3, but yeah, you are right. Set does go to them. However, every game counts, and if Booyah Back can make this a 1-2, the junior yet again leading in KA with 12 kills and 9 armors. They've been, I mean, no wonder Devil's Anchor seemed not to die. It's just all of those armors coming out of the junior. I'm very impressed. But yeah, with that push that Booyah Back made, like you said, they threw out all 3 of their specials, the missiles, the Ray, and the armor, yet they seemed not to get any picks, and so they really just, like, Devil's Anchor just kind of stood their ground and really nothing. They weren't able to do anything after members of Booyah Back were going down.
I think another spectator somehow got on, so we're gonna have...
No, they were subbing and lobby started early. We will be... yeah, the room is just being remade.
Yes, we will be a brief moment. Next we're going to be going into Rainmaker on Inkblot Art Academy, which is a bit of a different map than we were seeing earlier with... Or compared to the first map, it's a bit different, but it is similar to Manta in terms of there's going to be a lot of tight spaces you have to maneuver through. Those tight spaces do become fairly open areas. You can get a lot of control. Get a lot of control over if you really want to switch.
True. Yeah. I mean, the fact that the path to the pedestal is literally an uninkable ramp, I believe. I'm pretty sure.
I believe.
Is it I don't know. Is it
unequable? The ramp to get onto plat. If you choose that,
right,
is unequable.
yes.
But the second ramp is very much unequable. So once you get to that point, it's still both really tough.
Yeah,
speaking of getting to that point, there's the infamous weird tech you can do on the
funny clip.
That you can almost just swim up, not quite swim up one of the walls straight onto plat, but you can like jump off of a side, and that gives you just enough momentum to hop right onto plat and get all the way down to 40. I doubt either of these teams is going to do that, but if they do, I would be quite impressed, actually. I'm hoping someone tries at least, just because...
Give us a show, come on! But yeah, I mean, I'd completely forgotten about it, but yeah, if Rainmaker clips through that, uses that side to clip all the way to 42, it bypasses having to get through that uninkable ramp, which is huge for a team, as the Rainmaker's run speed is already slowed down just by the weight of the Rainmaker. So if they pull that off, I mean, I'll be impressed, but we shall see.
Yes, I think we'll see fairly similar comps coming up from both teams, though I wonder if AW Batgirl is planning on making any adjustments. Like, they may not, because they did seem to have same problem with the Caper. Maybe they'll opt for a bit more range to try to take on all the close range combat they found, or I think the double dualies were a good choice dealing with Devil's Anchor because they can maneuver around, and even though they might have been taking a lot of damage from the K-Pro and the Junior, if they can maneuver around, that's going to help a lot. If you're rolling around, it's going to be a lot harder for your opponent to shoot you.
That is very true, yeah. I wonder whether we will see, well, probably, I mean, I'm expecting to see the CJets come back just because, you know, Ray's spam on Rainmaker, but, like, CJet versus Pro, if the CJet has the range advantage, then it's on the CJet side, but as soon as the Pro closes the gap, the CJet gets shredded. So it's a little bit of a trade-off, putting a CJet against a Pro. I'll be interested, yeah, like you said, I'd be interested to see whether they decide to specifically counterpick that Pro or just, you know, go with the comfort.
Yes, and we are... Oh, they're gonna run no backline, actually, pulling on a Pro of their own, as opposed to CJet, which I think is not a bad pick, and it's a vanilla Sploosh, so it looks like their goal is gonna be go fast, because the curling bombs and likely all the swim speed that Sploosh is getting out, the whole point is for the Sploosh to just go really fast, get a pass to the Rainmaker, or just carry the Rainmaker with a lot of swim speed. And we see a member of, Devil's Anchor going down, and they didn't actually push the ball point as well, which is an interesting choice. To give them a bit more maneuverability, which is going to give them an advantage in Rainmaker, since it is a less static mode, and they're going to need to dodge a lot on plat with all the stuff that's going to be inevitably fired onto plat, just to clear it by the other team, including the Rainmaker shots. So it looks like the Rainmaker's flanked out. The Sploosh is trying to get something, but they're going to be called out. They're going to need to run if they don't want to get taken up by like the entirety of Devil's Anchor. And Devil's Anchor is going to get some missiles out. They've got an opening. And that's what looks like a T-Tech tried for an opening, so they got blown up by missiles. That's great. We've got the Rainmaker firing onto the platform. They're looking for some kind of opening. I don't think they have it just yet, and that Sploosh is going to shark, trying to get a splashdown kill. One member of Devil's Anchor is going to go down, and Booyah Batgirl is going to deploy Booyah Bomb in an effort to take out the Rainmaker, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Looks like the Rainmaker easily evades it. The Inkjet coming out as well, but all those pushes just to stop. It's going to be quite some time before they can get a push, because all they have is their rain, and they've got a member down. So despite the push being stopped and multiple members of Devil's Anchor being down, it's going to take time for Ain't No Booyah Batgirl to really get back in the game.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty low-scoring game here. Only 94 to 75 right now, and considering how fast Rainmaker can move, I'm a little bit surprised, as we are, although it is just 1 minute and 30 seconds of the match, sometimes matches get a lot more hectic than this. But this just goes to show, I mean, how possibly very closely matched these teams are. Right now, that is 3 down on the side of Devil's Anchor, question mark?
Yes.
Yeah, Devil's Anchor. as Booyahback is going to be picking up the Rainmaker again, making another break for it. Neither team has attempted the funny clip yet, but they cannot get over that wall, unfortunately. And so Rainmaker does get reset to the bottom of that wall, the ballpoint just shutting them down. It looks like they're trying to go for something again, the ballpoint falling down there and getting caught out. And, well, it's just almost like deathmatch right now, as 1 down, 2 down, and neither team has picked up the Rainmaker from where it is sitting. Ah! The sploosh, I didn't even see that coming. But, I mean, that's like you said, the Sploosh's objective is to move fast. With Booyahback Girl having the Rainmaker yet again, this is an opportunity for them to extend that lead. Members are going down, but a very nice
double coming after the Sploosh.
Yeah, that's great play.
And then Booyahback Girl getting a 39, they still can... It's a 2v1, they can get the push of these locked up.
That's a full wipe on the
spine. And they're gonna get the KO, most likely. Oh, but they get the KO.
They get it, so and that is a game for Booyahback right there.
Despite losing the set, they're like, no, we aren't going down 3-0. We're taking some of this with you. We're gonna take some of your precious Swiss points with you. Or with
and they took it in a KO. Look at that Sploosh with
getting 9K, leading their team, doing a lot of damage.
Man, looks like their speed paid off. And with that, I believe we are going to be heading into Top Cut after this, if I'm not mistaken. That is the end of our group stage. So the the top 4 of the low X bracket will be moving on to a Top Cut. So as we figure that out, stick around for Top Cut as we transfer into that. We'll be taking a break of a few minutes and we will be right back. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Checkpoint 1 in-house tournament number 3. We are now in our top cut for the low X bracket. If you are just joining us now, I am Kater and I am joined here by Quark.
Yes, we were racing Dory in the House versus Devil's Anchor. We've seen Devil's Anchor play fairly steady in Metacom, so I'm interested to see what Dory in the House is going to bring out. And we're going to be going to Albacore Hotel yet again, this time on Clam Blitz, which I believe is a favorite of yours.
Yes, it is! I mean, not for any more reasons that I've explained earlier, but I am a long-range player. I like Albacore. Enough said. I mean, I also just like Clam Blitz, so, you know, best of both worlds. But yeah, I mean, I do not expect any differing changes from the comps. I mean, last time we saw Devil's Anchor on Albacore, I'm pretty sure they won. It was the zones game, so we're not expecting any drastic changes there.
Yes, so I'll be interested to see if either team, the more likely, Dory in the House pulls out either wall weapons or Booyah Bomb weapons, or perhaps ballers, tents, anything like that that can deploy a shield across the grates, which especially in Clam Blitz is going to be really important, because all of the paths getting toward the basket are incredibly narrow and cramped, but two of them, especially the shorter one, involve needing to be over the grates, so if you have something like bubbles or ball that can block incoming fire, it's going to be beneficial. It's going to be extremely effective in actually getting the clams in, because your pros can't just back up and shoot you, they have to shoot through whatever you put in front of yourself.
Oh yeah, I mean, I really like to see if one of the teams has a squeezer, because squeezer is one of those, I mean, it has bubbles, it's long range, and it also has a lethal bomb foil squeezer with the splat bomb and the bubbles. So if we were to see that, I think that would be really exciting. We'll just have to wait and see, I suppose. I, for one, like to play heavy deco on this map because, well, wall and bubbles. So many shields. And with the heavies, very fast time firing and the long range, and I'm always running run speed up on the grates, so it's just very fun. But we shall see, and ooh, an Ink Brush coming out, and then Devil's Anchor has that ballpoint that I believe we saw last match. Ballpoint Nouveau this time around, but they're gonna keep that K-Pro that we saw that was such a menace last set. And then on the side of Dory in the House, we've got an Ink Brush Nouveau with Ninja Squid, so got some sharking power too, as well as a Neo Splash and the Junior. So looks like their longest range is going to be the Siege Jet, who actually just immediately gets taken out. And so without that, I mean, that K-Pro might just have a field day if the Siege Jet can't shut them down.
Yeah, so I really like the pick of the Ink Brush Nouveau here. Just get the maneuverability over grids, and it's really speedy. And then you have the mines, which are going to make it way harder for either team to push, because suddenly you're stuck in enemy ink and you just took a bunch of damage from the mine. And then there's going to be the baller for pushing across grids or through the other narrow areas. So I think that's a really good pick on their part, but it's going to be a bit difficult because they're going to have to stick the more enclosed areas in the slab if they want to get any picks, because in the wider, more open areas, they're just gonna get picked off. So it looks like 3 members of Dory and the house have gone down, aside from the Ink Brush, who is falling back. A Power Clam is up for the side of Devil's Anchor, and the other teammate has 9 clams. Looks like they're gonna jump. I don't know why they're jumping, but I guess it worked. It looks like they were just in kind of a tight spot, but they managed to get the bomb out. They get down to 65, though. This looks like they're really getting more. The baller coming out. It crushes the K-shot right there, squishing them. Which is
really nice little
it's very satisfying to do with baller.
Yeah.
And we have Dory's in the house needs to start pushing up. They start painting up. So they're gonna be quick. They're gonna be in a bit of trouble here because we got the ball point being incredibly aggro. Both sides have played armor, so it's gonna be a stalemate. The brush is going for a pick, but the ball point just backs up and kills them. And the one down on both sides. And oh hey, a flight coming up for the splash, which does get the trade, which I think will help the team a lot because the anchor on the side of Devil's Anchor is going to be down, which is going to provide a lot more ring room on the side of Dory in the house.
Yeah, we see 2 Power Clams on the side of, who is it? Dory in the house. And another one that does unfortunately break. But it looks like we're going to be seeing some jumps attempt there, like trying to toss clams back and forth. Baller coming out from the brush there. The Siege are going to go down yet again. They are not having a good day today. That's really unfortunate. And Dory in the house trying to save their Power Clams. But with 2 more members going down, that brush is going to be left on their own. They're trying to maneuver, but they just cannot survive. And so with that, Dory in the house just constantly having members go down, and that's going to be another Power Clam online. The ballpoint at the forefront of this push to get that clam, and they have a jump going to them. He is going to get that Power Clam in, but now the K-Pro's the only one left alive. We're down to 2 minutes left, and we're 42 to 100. Not a single point on the board yet for Dory in the house. But this is their opportunity. They got picks, and now they just need to get around the map. They need to collect clams, and they need to do it fast.
Yes, they don't have too much time, though. They've got the specials, they've got the ball, they've got the armor current, they've got the Stinger coming out looking for picks. So the angle of Stinger is at is the wider area, so it made it a little harder, but they do get to take the ball points to open things up again. But the ball blows 2 of them up. There was a little too much faster. The Junior did it. One of its main things, just throwing bombs until your opponents end up exploding. So they still have the brush, they still have the ball, they've got a chance to regroup here. But they lost all their power clams, they do still have the pity. And they've got 16 clams, so it is possible for them to get something here. But it's gonna be difficult. I see the Junior getting slapped in the face with the burst ball, it's not enough. Looks like at least one member is pushing. Devil's Anchor gets taken out, that's 2 down for the side of Devil's Anchor. The K-Pro's getting forced to back out, the baller is pushing in. The baller is rolling for quite a while. But now Devil's Anchor, Dory in the house is down 2 down. It looks like I took some fairly isolated 1v1s against Devil's Anchor and just couldn't win them, so now they are the ones who are 2 down, and they're going to be in a lot worse situation because of it, because they still cannot push, and the Junior seems to rush, try to get the Power Clam, but against 3 players, they're going to not be able to get anything. And somehow, the shot gets that pick, so it is taken out of the brush, and there's one more opportunity for Dory in the house to get something. They got the brush moving in the position. We've got all of them. They've got a fairly fair position here. The Devil's Anchor are all turtled up. The baller's coming in. The baller's gonna get shredded. No, the baller isn't shredded, but they missed! They missed the clam!
Oh, no. That is a really unfortunate miss there. And now with 3 down on the side, Dory in the house sees the splash trying to make some form of a push, but just gets taken out. And with their Power Clam despawning, that's going to be game right there. It could have been. I mean, they had so many push opportunities, especially that one that we saw them getting ready for. But then the bomb double just completely killing the push. That was just a really, really unfortunate game for them.
So the later pushes were a bit awkward. It seems like they maybe weren't quite in sync because that second to last push there that saw a couple of their members get picked off. Looked like they were on their own. And the ballpoint actually. We were talking at the K-Pro, but the ballpoint doing just as much work, taking so many of them down.
Yeah, I mean, just their positioning, the entire match was extremely aggressive, and it looks like it paid off. They used the ballpoint's mobility and 2 modes of firing to its full advantage there. Really, really impressive performance out of them. We are now moving to tower control on Mega Mart, which I do like this. I like Mega Mart quite a lot, just because of how well-rounded it is, and the two stacks in the middle provide really nice both purchase for anchors and maneuvering points for Slayers. It's just really cool.
Yeah, it's quite a nice balance map. I like it a lot myself, so I play Fry and T-Tech, so it's a very nice
no
to me.
surprise there.
I either get to slosh down when people or fly over them with Inkjet. It's a nice Inkjet map. I'll be interested to see, I don't expect too many comp changes. We may see the ballpoint player go back to Remix, just so they have that Booyah Bomb. 2-step pushes, though, if they already have the Booyah Bomb for the K-Pro, they probably won't need that. And ballpoint is also quite a nice choice here, especially with the beacons to give you maneuverability. There's a lot of places you can just stick a sneaky beacon, and your teammates can get back in the fight that much faster.
Yeah, definitely a fair point. Although not talked about much, beacons are really, really good, especially if you put them in places that are hard for the enemy to destroy, because then, you know, you get back into the fight much faster. You can back up your teammates without having to directly jump to them. And so having that, if the beacon player does put their beacons in very good strategic positions, it can make or, not make or break a game even, but like, it's just so good for very quickly getting back up, getting resources, getting support from and then an Aerospray PG. Okay.
I was not expecting that, but
Dorian the House pulling it all the stop. The Ninja Squid Aerospray PG and the Tenacity Rapid Deco, actually. So,
yeah, I really like what they're doing, honestly. With the Rapid Deco, you don't see it much anymore, but back in the day, that was quite the thing. It was like that in Rapid Pro. Back in 2018, I believe, it was quite meta. So you've got the same kit as Nautilus there with the Spot Bomb, or the Suction Bomb rather, and the Inkjet, which do a lot to play extremely aggressively. And they've got that K-Pro, the K-Pro's called out, and going back to the comp, the Aero PG, if they do things right, is in zones where you usually see that kind of spin, but if there's always a Booyah flying at tower, it's going to be very difficult for their Devil's Anchor to get anything. So they're going to have to stay alive if they want to Booyah them, and... well, they do get a Booyah off, but other members of the team are down. The Booyah only finger stall, I don't think they got any picks off it either. And another member going down yet again for the side of Dorian the House. The Rapid goes through. Rapid gets a nice duel. It's 3 down for the Sun Devil's Anchor. And Dorian the House is going to be able to start pushing back now.
Yeah, this is the opening that they needed right there. I mean, did you see that all like 3 members of Devil's Ankle were clumped up on the tower, and the Rapid just used that to their full advantage there. Booyah gonna come out, another Booyah gonna come out. Booyah's everywhere! And right now we are at the first checkpoint for Dorian the House as they just nimbly avoid that Stingray. They have to hop off tower there, but at least they avoid dying. 2 members down now on Devil's Anchor, as it is still, as Dorian the House did have to give up the tower as it will reset to mid right there, but they still have a hold on it as their members are coming back in. However, it is now going to be 2 down for them as Devil's Anchor is going to just hop back right on tower. 79 to 73 now, so it's still relatively low scoring as we move into the 3 minutes left in the match. Sorry. And the Inkjet just not having too good of a day here, getting cancelled yet again. As this is actually, tower is in control of Dorian the House right now, although quickly just kind of flip back and forth. Teams killing each other left and right. I mean, everything is going so fast right now.
Yeah, that Inkjet got that bomb under them. I was instinctively reaching to hit the B button and not die. So we're seeing a bit more of a team deathmatch, if anything, here. Both sides haven't pushed the tower all that far. They've had some good special coordination, but both haven't managed to get really solid pushes. But now Devil's Anchor doesn't have to clear. They got a pick, they've got the Ray, they've got the Booyah. But one of their members goes down, so it's gonna remain stalemated, I believe. We do see another Booyah coming out to the side of Dorian the House, and they've got top 4, in fact, which is quite a few. And
yeah, I mean, it looks like...
trying to play defense here, but... ooh, bomb pick! Aerospray Slayer!
The burst bombs have... like, I mean, look at the Aerospray with that 7k
Slayer
and
arrow,
looking for
go!
another Slayer arrow! Oh my goodness! And yeah, another Booyah getting popped. They got another pick with it. I mean, I doubted the pick, but it looks like it's working out really well for them right now. However, they do unfortunately get taken down right there. I was going to say, yeah, 2 down now on the side of both teams. It looks like both teams were, like, every time they try and start up a big push, one of their members gets taken out, and with that, the rest of them are forced to fall back. But right now, it is going to be Dory in the house with another attempt at a push right now. The armor coming out for both sides right there.
Yeah.
Member jumping out, presumably the Stingray, and ooh, that Zap getting caught out in the 2-3v1 right there. So, again, just neither team has even made it past the first checkpoint yet, and we have 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, it looks like Devils, or rather, Dory in the house is playing a bit too aggressive right now. They're 2 down, but they're in their enemy base. And they had some really good pushing. I've seen really good special coordination out of them. But they've just been Stingray. It's just been Stingray after Stingray after Stingray that CJ. It's kept them from doing much of anything. The Devil's Anchor is looking to extend it a little more. Does get the 68, the force on the tower by the Rapid doing exactly what a Rapid should do. But, oh, that's the shot. Makes a nice flank. Getting a double, managing to dodge the...
It's a full wipe right there. Full wipe on the side of Dory in the house. And, wow, I mean, we just got past through 2 checkpoints in like 30 seconds. And it is hurtling towards the third as we are there. So many members on the tower. That inked armor making them fly backwards. And 2 down now on the side of Devil's Anchor, but not before they get it all the way to 15. We just saw that go from the 70s to the 10s, and they are not letting up the pressure. With that Rapid getting picked off, Devil's Anchor is just maintaining control of mid right here in the last few seconds. We see Dory in the house on the tower. They're gonna go for this last-ditch overtime push, but the missiles are getting fired off. Buya comes out on their end, but they are forced to hop off the tower by those missiles. They do get back on the tower in time, but they have 2 down. They're 3 down now on the side of Dory in the house, and that is going to be the game right there. An overtime push, but unfortunately, just not enough.
Yes, I think what happened there that allowed Devil's Anchor to make such an extensive push is that Dory in the house, despite going members down in the previous push, tried to just push so fast, went all the way to their opponent's base. It didn't seem to really know what was going on with the rest of it and ignored the objective, which in turn led to Devil's Anchor just being able to stagger them and then set up for such a brutal push.
Yes. Unfortunate, but yeah, I believe you are right there. Unfortunately, you know, you've got to be doing certain actions that correspond to your team's goals at the moment. For example, if you're on the offensive, you're playing up towards for objective, then you can be, you know, going into the opponent's base looking for kills. But if your teammate's on the defensive, if you have members down and you don't even have control of mid, that's not a good place for you to be. And so you're right, with that many members going down, the push just kept on going and going. But enough about that. We are going to be heading to Rainmaker on Snapper Canal, and Snapper Canal just keeps on. I feel like this map mode follows me to every tournament I play in, but here we are again.
Well, that was Snapper Clams, rather. That is the one you guys complaining about. Yeah, both of them. I'm with you there. I'm not expecting too much of a comp change, so I don't think we'll see the Arrow PG. It would be the Inkbrush new bow that we saw earlier would be a good pick, because the mines can control the fairly tight areas that the Rainmaker needs to push through, and the Baller is going to help a lot, especially if you try to take the main way. So it's free of pushing around the Baller will help fielding, and there's so much space for Inkbrush to run around so many different possible flanks that having an Inkbrush would make it very painful for their team, because they're always going to have to watch their backs and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of little ledges that Inkbrush can take advantage of as well. Inkbrushes, both Inkbrush and Octobrush have the ability to flick over ledges just like rollers do, but because Inkbrush has a little bit less range, they're a little bit more limited than Octobrush in what they choose, but Snapper has a lot of these small slopes and tiny little corners and ledges that the Inkbrush can very easily flick over. So if they decide to bring that out again, it would be a good pick. I mean, you know, I talk about sometimes how like tent can be useful on this map mode. I don't know if we have any tent players, but if you do, now is the time to shine, just because having any sort of shield going down in that middle path is very, very nice. Not too many changes here. I'm gonna see the V-Sploosh, I believe, on the side of Dory in the house. So that's gonna be interesting to see, but other than that, I mean, very similar comps here. We've got Junior on both sides, K-Pro on both sides. Actually, yeah, almost identical comps here. Yeah, except for the K-Shot and the choice of
Slayer, yeah. So the Sploosh is an interesting idea. We saw this earlier last round on Inkblot Rainmaker, where it was used to very heavy effect, and those pulling bombs are going to help a lot with getting the Rainmaker moving, and it does look like Devil's Anchor is going to get the first push, and is going to get fairly far, actually. using the Rainmaker's weapon. Looks like they're gonna get Sprouted, and the Sploosh is gonna do what Sploosh does best, and use the curling bomb to sneak up on someone, get a nice flank, and then blows up, and then uses a splashdown to just pump the Rainmaker's shield, which I don't think was necessary since the Sploosh already has so much popping power if you just stand right in front of the shield, but I guess they just really wanted to pop. So the Rainmaker, I'm not sure why they picked it up. That's gonna hurt them because they couldn't actually get out of there in time. It would have been a lot easier if they, or a lot more effective if they had just let the Rainmaker reset while building up map control. But instead, they're forced to a situation where the K-Pro's on their own, throwing a Booyah, but it's not gonna do much, especially with the armor coming out. The K-Pro is gonna be on the side. Dorian the House is gonna be stuck fighting the other K-Pro, and Dorian the House is gonna be able to set the push. And then Intelix, we see them going down. Now we see CJ's just painting around. Looks like they're looking for. That's a V jet actually. There was a bit of a change. There is a different jet on the side of Devil's Anchor, and I think V jet's a good pick here too because Mist. It was gonna slow everything
Mist
down.
is very nice. 3 down right there on the side of Dorian the House though, and it feels like they just are not able to stay alive in this as Devil's Anchor is going to pick this Rainmaker back up again and go for yet another push. Booyah coming out, and they have those missiles at the ready too, although it might be... Oh no, it is not. The Junior was carrying it. He gets to the base of that wall, and that's going to be a full wipe on the side of Devil's Anchor right there. Committed really hard to that push. So this is the opening that Dorian the House needs. You see the Sploosh here using those curling bombs to create a path for the Rainmaker, wisely backing up, avoiding getting blown up by that bomb here. Looks like they're going to come up here and try to use their splash to their advantage, and it looks like it worked, actually. They did not get canceled, which is cool. That C-Jet has that Ray too, but right now there's a member behind the Rainmaker. That K-Shot is very quickly going to catch up to them, and with that armor, yep, the Rainmaker's just going to get taken out. And so, unfortunately, even with all that investment, not too much happening right now for Dorian the House, as that Rainmaker is just going to get very quickly reset.
Yeah, I think they were anticipating the C-Jet and being able to stop any flanks from the Rainmaker, but they got so far ahead that once the C-Jet went down, it was just, that was the push. Like, and the C-Jet can't fight in close quarters like that. If anything, you would have wanted them carrying the Rainmaker if they don't have space to Ray. Yeah. But now we see Dorian the House has 3 specials line, but their Sploosh goes down, so they're gonna have to wait. Or they're not waiting. They're pulled. They got the Booyah, and they do get a pick off it, but they went 2 down. They probably should have waited a little longer. They are dodging the bombs. They're gonna have to hope their teammates just respawn fast enough. We do have 2 members of Devil's Anchor going down, and a lot of missiles coming from Rainmaker. Rainmaker's forced to run. They get a few more points, but it's not gonna be enough. They're a bit scattered with the Sploosh. The Sploosh is flanking quite a bit.
I mean, the Sploosh is doing what the Sploosh is best.
Open things up a lot. The mist is going to help. The lack of the mist is going to help them move. And then the splashdown comes in and splashes. And the Sploosh getting another nice pick. This is their chance. They need to go. But the enemy grabs the Rainmaker.
Okay, well, only the V-Jet left for... Only the V-Jet. Actually, that's a delayed wipe right there on the side of Devil's Anchor. And the Rainmaker narrowly avoiding that bomb, but then just going to get taken out. The K-Shot here just... Defense, and that could have been so big for Dorian the House right there, but the Rainmaker is just gonna get, I believe, reset yet again. Unfortunately, this is not able to pull through with that. We are in our final minute right here, 61 to 41, and right now Devil's Anchor is just looking to stick down that defense that they've had right now. It is Dorian the House in control of mid right now, in control of the Rainmaker, but, Devil's Anchor is by no means completely out of it. Their shot is down though, and it looks like they are going... Dorian the House is going to make a run for it. They take the lead right there. They go 3 down with 30 seconds left, but they are able to run for that path and make it. So it is all up to Devil's Anchor right now. They have this final last-ditch push, this one chance to get to get back the lead that they've had for this entire game. It looks like they're gonna try and take the sneaky route over here pretty fast through a bit of a risky chance, especially because this is uninkable right now. And they pulled away. Here is the Sting coming out of the C-Jet, trying to declare GG. They're going to avoid it, but members have gone down. Jumps are coming in, but we don't know if they're going to come in fast enough.
Look at the timer. No, it's 14 seconds left. Rainmaker's going to explode if they're taken out.
And they get taken out. Wow.
That was masterful. That was an impressive last push from Dorian the House, keeping themselves in the set, because if they had lost this, I believe they would have been 3 down. That would have been the set for them, because they... Am I correct? Yes, that would have been the last one. Look at the score, and That last push, it was just Devil's Anchor was just in the wrong place. They weren't expecting to be where they were, and then was left a little bit of enemy ink behind, and the Rainmaker swam right through it.
That's Rainmaker for you. Be in the wrong place at the wrong time just once, and the game is gone.
Now we have Spot Zones on Wahoo World, which is going to be, like you said earlier, another map where you could theoretically bring out your Tensorbrella, but I don't think we have any of those. I'll be interested to see what both teams bring out.
I feel like if we had one, we would have seen it last match. Yeah.
I assume both teams are going to stick to their guns, perhaps switching their backlines, because this isn't really a great C-Jet map on Spot Zones, because it's just so open.
Yeah, as a C-Jet player I wouldn't be surprised. I can definitely testify to that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the ballpoint again. Could see the brush that we saw the first match. Could see the arrow again, because this is a perfectly good map to just booyah spam on. Or bring out the MG if they want curling bomb rush. So you know how I am about arrow MG.
You're gonna hold out hope until you see that.
One day, statistically, eventually I'll commentate something while someone pulls out an arrow.
Statistically. I mean, you did get your arrow, you just didn't get the correct color of arrow spray. But yeah, I mean, Ninja Squid Arrow is not something that I would commonly see, but it definitely worked out the one time they tried to pull it. I mean, they didn't win, but they did get 9 KA, which is pretty impressive for an arrow spray. So we'll just have to see if that gets pulled out, because if they are going to bring that out, now is the time for it. And yes, there we go, there it is! The arrow spray again, and then a switch to the remix on the side of Devil's Anchor. And yes, double Ninja Squid, both on the splash and the arrow right there. So gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. I do want to see the arrow get more kills. Come on, guys.
Yes, Slayer arrow. We are all here for the Slayer arrow. And I think that bomb rush is gonna help a lot too with the splash. Though it may be a bit difficult in Double Beer. We see a Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of Devil's Anchor, but they're not gonna get much off of it because they've got 2 members down. So Dorian the House needs to move to paint, because otherwise they're not gonna be able to capitalize on it. They have 2 specials. They've got the bomb rush and the ray to push up with. And okay, so the bomb doesn't get to that. I was holding my breath.
Yeah, you were ready for another bomb double right there.
Oh hey, another Booyah. It looks like we have another Booyah Bomb coming out. 1 down, both teams. The armor is ready for Devil's Anchor as well. So we have the ray ready for Dorian the House. So neither team had made specials on that, and it does look like in the end Dorian the House does manage to push forward with that armor and get some semblance of a push. But they look at 91. Unfortunate bomb taking out 1 member of Dorian the House, but it's still going to be 2 up. They've got specials. They can keep Devil's Anchor pushed back a little bit, especially that Booyah Bomb is just going to force them to scatter. They've got the armor ready. All they want to do now is just delay Devil's Anchor as long as possible until they come into a range where they can take them out.
Yeah, that was a full wipe on the side of Devil's Anchor, and Dorian the House just very much capitalized on that right now. Unfortunately, 2 members gonna go down as I say that, and so it looks like Devil's Anchor is in position to retake that zone there. And yes, the arrow was the only one left alive there. There are jumps coming in, but they're all gonna get camped, and members are dropping like flies, as it is now completely in control of Devil's Anchor right here. You see the remix just holding their charge, waiting for somebody to step into their line of fire. Gonna use those point sensors as well. Point sensors are not a very talked about sub, but it's very nice to see the locations of your enemies as they're pushing back in. Ray gonna come out, Bomb Rush coming out too, but gonna get shut down early. 2 members down. Paint, and they take the lead right there. With Dorian the House trying to get back into the zone, but to no avail just yet. That arrow does not have their Booyah quite ready. Now they do, and they do get the zone back, but not before they lose the zone by a few points. And oh, that's 3 down again. Although they do get a pick off of that. Members of Devil's Anchor are just constantly falling.
Yes, and they did.
Or was it the Devil's Anchor? I don't know.
Yes, it was Devil's Anchor.
Okay.
And they did a good job shredding that Booyah, making sure the arrow did get the Booyah off and get a pick, but it didn't use the arrow to run around anymore, doing the damage they have been doing. Missiles are coming out, gonna get trapped Dorian House a little bit. We see another Booyah coming up. They're 2 down, so they really didn't want to use that yet, because they can't get much off of it unless they're gonna go on their own, which it's like they are going to go on their own. So they do get a pick, so it looks like a little scrappy was worth it. But there's so much firing, the those bomb rushes gonna go to waste a bit because they just can't throw the bombs up as much fire they're taking. Another Booyah Bomb's coming up to the arrow that they're 6. And they've got Ray ready as well, but it's not good enough. We see the K-Pro getting a pick on them. The arrow keeping them from painting. They're 2 down, 3 down, there's only a CJ left, they're not gonna get them. And if you noted, the CJ wasn't able or chose not to pop Ray an entire attempted counter push, which I think hurt them a lot because they couldn't get the picks they needed.
Yeah, they tried to push in right there, but once they'd exhausted their specials, I mean, the arrow was constantly spamming Booyah, but they didn't have enough people to like you said, go in and push in and capitalize off of that. I mean, they got 6 Booyahs, but that's a lot in a short game, but unfortunately just was not able to pop them at the right times, not able to have their teammates go in and take advantage of those.
That is going to be the set, with Devil's Anchor moving on to Grand Finals, and they're going to be going against 8-No-Booyah Batgirl, so we're going to have a repeat of, I believe, was it the last round of Swiss we commentated these two
Yes,
games?
it was! We're going to see a rematch! Whoa!
Yes, which it was all fairly close, so I think we're going to see quite a good Grand Finals, and we will be right back.
everybody, and welcome to Grand Finals of the Checkpoint 1 in-house tournament number 3. If you are just joining us now, I am Cater, and I am joined here by Quark.
Yes, and we're going to be seeing 8-No-Booyah Batgirl versus Devil's Anchor. We're going to see a rematch of what we just commentated a couple of rounds ago in round 5 in Swiss. And we're going to be starting off with Rainmaker and Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, that last round that we saw in Swiss, I believe, was 2-1 in favor of Devil's Anchor, if I'm not mistaken. But we had nice games. I mean, it was not a sweep by any means. And 8-No-Booyah Batgirl took the last game with a very nice KO. So this could go either way right now.
Yes, and I think it's going to be a close match. If anything, Devil's Anchor has a bit more momentum because they've already beaten this team. Maybe that gives them a bit of morale boost. But both teams are coming off of winning 3-1 sets in semifinals. So
yes.
Really it's anyone's game, and both teams are going... I don't quite remember what 8-No-Booyah Batgirl is running, but this map is going to play very well to both teams, especially if we see those C-Jets.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Stingray stops a lot of pushes on this map, especially the left side, because one, you have to make a jump over a box, and it's pretty hard to do with a giant laser aimed at you, blocking your visibility. And second, once you actually get over there, that is just a long, narrow path, which is Stingray heaven for killing things. And then the other paths are just the long one on right, or taking that sponge. And in order to take the sponge has to be, you know, full size first.
Yes, I think if we see, I believe it was Devil's Anchor that pulled out a V-Jet last Rainmaker match, and I think this would be a good reason for them to do this as well, especially with that block jump if they're gonna try to
definitely
miss and miss there.
Lend itself
no
really
jump
well
for
to
you.
Yeah. I mean, both Mist and Missiles just prove that shut down that block jump. And left is a pretty popular place to take on this, so we shall just have to see. But I would like to see the V-Jet come back, and the V-Sploosh making a reappearance.
Which they did pull out last time, I believe. Yes, it is the same person. Well, that's the V-Sploosh, yeah, sorry. Excuse me. But yes,
even more swim speed than before.
Yeah, this is the same comp we saw come out in Inkblot Rainmaker last time in round 5, which they did win. Devil's Anchor is probably going to expect a lot of Sploosh craziness. I hope they're watching their backs. And it looks like, wow, the K-Shot's going incredibly aggressive on the side of Devil's Anchor. Moving, and AW back row is out of position. They've got the Sploosh was trying to flank, but they're chasing the Rainmaker, and the K-Pro was on the other side of the map. So they do manage to stop it before too much damage gets done. But 58, that's going to hurt. If you don't get a wipe or several down, it's really hard to keep your push going. And
that Booyah
Devil's
Bomb.
Anchor is going to be in a good position. And yeah, the Booyah Bomb is going to force Devil's Anchor back. Hopefully the first hit, but no, they got the Rainmaker just to delay it and try to keep going. Got the Ray ready as well. So if they want to trying to keep going, they could, but no, the C-Jet goes down, trying to rush it out. Not quite sure why they did that. Oh, that's a sneaky bomb. I believe, yeah, look, there's nothing else that could have been other than a sneaky bomb.
You'll love to see it.
The Junior going all over the place, taking out the shot as well. And Devil's Anchor is going to continue to try to extend their push, throwing bombs at the Rainmaker shield, just trying to keep Ain't No Booyah back row far enough back that they just cannot advance forward. They can't get any points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Booyah back has just been dropping. All 4 specials are ready on the side of Devil's Anchor. Missile's gonna get popped. The armor's gonna get popped too. And I mean, I don't think that Booyah back has even touched the Rainmaker once in this game, as we are going to about 2 minutes have passed. That Booyah trying to get something done, but 2 down on the side of Booyah back right now. Rainmaker's pretty far back, and 2 of the members actually now falling to unfortunate bombs. With the Rainmaker, the last one on the field, they kind of have to fend for themselves. They do have a teammate to back them up. Sneaky pick right there with the Rainmaker explosion. But they're getting subs thrown at them left and right, and they have to move soon. They've only got 27 seconds left, and they have long-range firing down on them. You actually see one of the members of Devil's Anchor trying to be really, really aggressive there, paint a path for the Rainmaker. Unfortunately, does get taken out, and that's going to be 3 down on the side of Devil's Anchor. Full wipe right there. This is exactly the opportunity that Booyah back has been looking for. That Sploosh already has that box painted, and with the members of Devil's Anchor respawning, they're gonna. But here comes the Stingray. This is exactly what I was talking about. But it got shut down. But the spinner is up. They can't move. They take the lead by 2 points right there. They just walked forward, and wow. Then the spinner's down. They can keep moving if they need to, but and they can. They make the jump.
Going through that
going.
Firing and the splashes going down. They have a chance to KO this. They play this right, and they might.
Go down. They have getting a pick. 13 and the K-Pro being the only one left. They have to back up, but that is such a nice push off of Booyah back there. Devil's Anchor thought they had it down, but with 1 minute and 45 seconds left, they have a momentous task ahead of them.
Yes, also apologies if any weird sounds came out of my mic. It's a very loud motorcycle at my house, so apologies.
Man,
and anyway,
that's what Discord noise canceling is for.
Right. So sometimes it just gets your voice, which is fun. Anyway, going back to the match, we're gonna see Devil's Anchor is trying to push back up, the Rainmaker's firing, and though they don't get much purchase, the C-Jet's trying to play incredibly aggressive, but they're really risking getting called out here. So they do get 2 members of Ain't no way back row down. And they're 3, yes, and they're gonna push it. They've got 1 shot, but the shot comes out of nowhere and shuts them down.
I think somebody got crushed in the Rainmaker shield there too. And that's 3 down now on the side of Devil's Anchor. A delayed wipe right there. We've got a minute left and they just cannot read to the Rainmaker. That was a really, really unfortunate time to get crushed by the Rainmaker shield right there. Rainmaker is going to get reset right now to mid as the members of Devil's Anchor are trying to go back in. The Ray coming out of the CJ, the armor coming out too, trying to get some space. They get a trade, but that's not what they want. They're 2 down right now, and they need to pick up the Rainmaker soon, but they force him to fight. Another member of Devil's Anchor going down, and that's going to be 3 down on their side. They are running out of time right now. Booyah is just solidly in control of mid. Look at all that yellow. Look at the Booyah Bomb is ready too. The missiles are coming out, just forcing the members of Devil's Anchor back. So far, they cannot go in. The Junior gonna get taken out right now, which means no armor for them. See the K-Shot trying to rush for the Rainmaker on the side right here, but they are just not finding any purchase. They can't hit anything with the ranges. 3 down again on the side of Devil's Anchor, and that is solid defense from Booyah right there.
Yes, it looks like they're gonna... Now, of the 4 games these 2 teams have played against each other, it's tied 2-2, and this round is going to start off with the advantage for Booyah, giving them a 1-0 lead, and now they're going to have a little more momentum. They're probably feeling pretty confident after making such a spectacular comeback, and 15 and 4 missiles as well. Wow. And it looks like we're having one team subbing out, maybe... Booyah subbing out, maybe they're trying to switch up their playstyle a bit for the next map, which would be Slap Zones and Anchovy. Perhaps they're looking for some longer range weapons, since this map can be incredibly wide open.
Oh yeah, I mean, the dynamic nature of this map is one that I really, really like, just because, you know, you get the propellers, and those, when they're up or down, can really change the shape of mid, because it can go from being, you know, a wide open space to, oh, suddenly you're stuck in zone and the enemy ink is all around you and you're dead. Which I love the way the propellers were integrated into this map so much.
Also, the propellers can kill you, which I haven't personally died to them. But if your opponent shoots one and you're incredibly weak, maybe so you got shot by a bamboo running a whole bunch of MPU, and then someone sets the propeller, guess what? You're dying to propeller ink, which is perhaps the most embarrassing way to die in this game. Speaking of propellers, not only are there vertical propellers mentioned, but there are the horizontal propellers, which can be used by the team. One team to use would be their left to try to get a flank to the left, which is often quite risky because the defending team is obviously going to be watching that flank. Or if you're crazy, you can take your opponent's spinners and attempt to get all the way back into their base and then hit them from behind if you really
long, stupid flank.
It's almost like it's rain. You'd only do that if you're playing Rainmaker, really, and you want to try to tease it out loud, but still.
I mean, it's pretty funny. I've had it used against me, and it's devastating if done right, but it is very hard to do right.
You can only ever do it once, though, because then your opponents know to look behind them and check the map.
Oh yeah, also the propellers means that the inkjet can go funny high if somebody shoots the propeller underneath them. Because
you can get really high.
Yeah, you can also go up on top of some small platforms.
Speaking of inkjet, we see a T-Tex coming out. Yeah, the T-Tex coming out, they're going to be able to use inkjet quite an advantage here. With the Sploosh, I guess they're going for a lot of flanks, but they don't have they have very little range, and very little. The longest range special they have is maybe the inkjet and maybe the rain, but against the K-Pro and the Hydra and the double armor, it's gonna be hard for them to get much because they don't have. It's gonna be difficult to aggro the armor, and even when there isn't armor, they're gonna be forced to deal with the Hydra and the K-Pro if there's so much area control, especially the Hydra.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that they just have to watch out for that Hydra all the time. Pretty back and forth in the first 30 seconds of this match, but it is eventually going to be Devil's Anchor coming out on top right here with the hold on the zone, and all of those subs getting spammed to force Booyah farther back. Right now, though, multiple specials online for Booyah. Splash gonna pop that, not Splash, Sploosh gonna pop that splashdown. Not gonna find purchase, though. You see the Inkjet coming out here. They are armored, trying to get a pick, but the armor on the side of Devil's Anchor is going to make it so that they can't do anything, and still no penalty has been provided for Devil's Anchor. They're just going to continue having zone, although Booyah is just neutralizing it. They can't get enough pain on it at one time to cap it. That Hydra is just standing there, raining down ink on the zone fast, and finally the cap going to Booyah, but not before Devil's Anchor gets all the way to freeze.
Yes, and the deployment is locked down. They're looking for a lock push, trying to get some purges, get the rain coming out. We see a Booyah bomb, it looks like came out. And they do get the penalty force, so they're gonna get the zone right back. And now they're getting, this is bad for Devil's Anchor. They're gonna get surrounded and crushed. Looking at how Booyah back is deployed, it's gonna be, they're gonna be forced back or they're gonna die. And they do, looks like missiles coming out, trying to support with their teammates. It's not gonna be enough. And we've got a shot fight going on over here, so the T-Tech rather opts to back up and teammates for help. It looks like they're gonna try to shred that Booyah. They do shred it, taking them out, but they let the zone go. That's gonna be, but just 2 down.
Okay, they almost let the zone go, but not quite.
Yes, that's 2 down on the side of Devil's Anchor with Booyah back getting a commanding position. They've got the inkjet ready. They're on them, especially with the Hydra down. There's not much you can catch that inkjet. I'm assuming the T-Tech's will be popping shortly, and they do. Coming out, flying over that K-Shot. K-Shot takes them out, but they're going to be stalled for quite some time. The zone's quite far. The Hydra's going to try to reach, but I think they're just outpainted. And that's the KO. That's going to be 2-0. For Aina Booyah back girl saying, you might have beat us once, but we're coming right back.
Yeah, look at the zone. That Booyah bomb was just a hair too late to neutralize the zone, and so that's going to be Booyah with a very nice KO there for their second game. Momentum is changing. Can you feel it, guys?
I feel the winds have changed, yes. So that's probably because my fan is on.
The winds have changed, a bit... or just your fan?
It's just my fan. Yes, Cork's fan is now known as the winds have changed. I'll put a sticky note on it.
Put a sticky note on it. Label it. But anyways,
yeah, I'll slap a label on my fan.
Enough about fans. We're going into tower control at Starfish main stage. Just different map modes here. I mean, completely different there. We've got the snipe that affords anchors just almost full rain over mid. You've got those grates, those attics that allow slayers to flank whenever they want. It's just a very fast-paced.
Things can flank here too. I don't suppose you all remember the right and left paths are just shaped in a way that a Hydra or a Heavy can walk right around or not.
Oh yeah, it's very funny.
We fought in double splatling on this map as well. Here's what I pull out. It's brutal because you just have an X scissor of splatling for your side and boom. So I don't think we'll see too many changes. I'm interested to see what Devil's Anchor is going to do, whether they're going to opt to pull out the Sea-Jet for Stingray spam, or if they're going to pull out a Splatling, as I believe you said before that this map is very good for Splatlings, yes?
Oh yeah, this is definitely a very heavily favored heavy map.
Yes, and I mean Hydra could be fairly effective too. I would be surprised to pull it just because the lowest maneuver allows a lot of nasty tight spaces. And I think we'll still see a fairly standard comp coming out from Booyah back with, I think they're definitely going to pull a Sea-Jet out of here because that seems to be what Rachel likes to play. And I think we will continue to see the K-Shot and the Junior, and I'm not sure what they're going for the last, but I'm sure it's going to be another Slayer-ish type weapon given their tendencies.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the tournament, you run what you're comfortable with. I mean, this late into a tournament, tiredness does set in a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's been about 4 hours now for these teams. And, looks like the room went down for some reason. I'm quite sure it's going to... Yes, we are having some technical difficulties. Yeah, looks... So, while we're talking about technical difficulties, speaking of tournaments, so there's Low Ink is coming up soon.
Oh,
next weekend. It's one of the best places for newer and low-level teams to get experience against other teams with similar skill level, with the division cap at Div 5 and teams Div 5 through 8 able to play. It's going to start at Saturday, May 22nd at 1 PM Eastern. Check out the IPL Discord for info on signing up, and definitely sign up earlier than Saturday because sign-ups are going to be closed fairly soon for verification purposes.
Yes, sign up close earlier than before. Don't be the one person in help desk saying that you didn't realize you've been warned.
We'll check you off on our bingo card.
Yeah!
Yes. And as Kater and I can both attest, it is a very fun tournament.
Oh yeah.
We don't staff this one, but we do play this one, and it's quite fun. We've had a lot of good matches, found some scrim parts, all that's good stuff. And of course, if you do end up in stream, you've got a really cool stream team and really cool commentators to do that. And if you are watching, it's definitely a tournament worth watching. A lot of really good matches, especially once you get into the second day on Sunday with the top cut. Though last time there were some technical difficulties. That
one was fun. But... Yeah, we were told that we would play like 10 minutes before the tournament. I pinged, I yelled at people. We scrambled to get in VC. But it's just a blast nonetheless.
I'm sure it was fun.
I was gonna say the Swiss format means that teams are guaranteed matches in the first day, even if you do lose sets. So I mean, you're guaranteed playtime. It's a super well-run tournament. And the staff team here at IPL is honestly amazing, so I would really recommend it if you're free.
Yes. Including the commentators who commentated, I believe it was 5 or 6 hours of Grand Finals because there was a drop in the middle of Grands. So shout out to
the Grand Finals incident.
Yes, the Loic Grand Finals. And but we're still waiting for another team to join the lobby. We don't believe we have anything else to shout out, but yes, go play tournaments. Oh yes, Aquatic Cup. I believe Vic and Adar mentioned this earlier, but Aquatic Cup is going to be on May 15th, or it's tonight actually at 8 PM Eastern. Double elimination tournament with Turner pick, with turf war and counter picks. Not a Turner panelist, meaning you get to play every mode that Splatoon offers, probably. And if you head over to discord.io/Aquatic Cup, you can find. I know the people running it; they're cool. I believe Cater might have commentated.
Yep, I've commentated it before. It's also a very cool tournament.
And I'm sure you see the really nice logo on the screen, so if that should be enough to get you to play. Yes, May, just like April, was a very good month for tournaments, and
oh yes.
There's only gonna be more. And perhaps we should talk about the map.
Because there is. Shall we look forward?
Let us look forward at the future map. And I believe next we're going to be going into... Yes, TC Star... Was it TC Starfish? I thought we played TC Starfish, my apologies.
Nope, we're going into TC Starfish.
And we are going to be... Like we said a lot of spot, like I think missiles like we really powerful here. If we see those K-shots coming out again, because there's all those high areas when you're trying to push tower, especially at the second checkpoint. It's going to be crucial for them to breach this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just getting past that second checkpoint can be a huge struggle on this map because you have the bats up and above that where people can jump on you. You have Snipe where people can also jump on you, and members of the other team are just going to be dropping and be throwing specials and bombs at you. But once you get past that, this map can snowball very quickly. Just like the way that the tower is, if you drop directly into pit while the tower is there, it's really hard to get kills on top of the tower just because of how tall it is.
Yes, so at least it's not the Arowana Mall Tower, which is the stuff of our nightmares because of how tall it is.
It's just taller than usual.
It's taller than either.
Oh my god.
Yes, and it's the first checkpoint's a breeze in this. It's generally cleared. It's just how far are you going to get through the second checkpoint in order to get the points? Because it's going to come down to if you get through the second checkpoint, if you don't get quite through, if you get almost the second checkpoint, quite. And it looks like whatever happened got sorted. We got everyone coming. It's time for some more tower control action. Internet problems aren't going to stop us today.
Thankfully, yes, we have worked past our technical difficulties and we are now ready to go. We're soon going to be ready to go.
Both teams buying their time. It's pretty close, but this is an exciting game for Devil's Anchor. They're going to need to win this one if they want to go home.
Yes, it is a tournament point. You're right.
I don't think either team's going to make too many changes. I think they're mostly just going to focus on just trying to stay coordinated, trying to coordinate their specials, trying to win their 1v1s, and if possible, not even win 1v1s. Just focus on those fundamentals instead of like trying to do some crazy switch up. They're just going to focus on beating the other team on what they know best, what they're most comfortable.
And here we go. We are in the Checkpoint 1 in-house tournament number 3 grand finals. Ain't No Booyah Back Girl versus Devil's Anchor. This is tournament point for Booyah Back right now. If they win this, they win the whole thing, and that is a lot of MPU on the side of Booyah Back, as the V52 gonna make a reappearance from when we saw it earlier.
Interesting pick up of V52. Usually you see K52, especially in a map like this where Booyah is gonna help you stop pushes a lot. Baller is an interesting choice because it's gonna, if you can get it onto tower, it's gonna help, then it's gonna provide a very strong shield, but it's also easily to knock off tower, and you can't actually get it on tower if you don't start it on tower and get a jump. And we're gonna see the K52 going, or the V52 rather, going for a rather crazy flank. Not gonna get anything out of it because their baller is just gonna get backed up for a kill.
Yeah, that's Booyah Back.
Time for the rest of their team.
Yeah, Booyah Back with the first tower take here, already at that first checkpoint, like you said. Fortunately, they are 2 down, so the last 2 members are going to be forced to scatter. The K-Pro very wisely, backing up a little bit, not too far, but far enough that they don't get killed. Ray going to come out from the side of Devil's Anchor to try and shut down this push here. 52 going to go down, and ooh, nice trade right there between the Pro and the K-Shot, I believe that is. Booyah Back's gonna hop right back on the tower. They've only gotten it like just a tiny sliver through that first checkpoint, so they're gonna look to keep up this push, but it looks like with a member of theirs gonna go down, and CJ tries to pop
going in fast.
Tries to pop a cheeky Stingray, but yeah, gets shut right down by the K-Shot, who in turn gets shut down by this other K-Shot. People are going down left and right here. K-Shot popping their missiles, and Booyah Back is gonna try and take that tower yet again, but gonna get shut down. They are relentlessly going for it, and unfortunately just not able to pull through yet again, as they go 3 down with the K-Pro, the last one remaining. They are forced to back off, and this is Devil's Anchor's turn to step forward and get some points on the board.
The anchor of the Devil's camps, yes.
I'm trying, alright?
It's fine, yeah. I said this earlier, that every time you say not, I mean the weapon, but like, Splatoon Brain Run, I suppose. But I also find it interesting, there's no C-Jet coming out from Ain't No Booyah Back Girl. I guess it's really full of that aggression. But I guess the Booyah Bomb will serve a similar purpose. And we see Ain't No Booyah Back Girl Magic Defend keeping Devil's Anchor from getting the lead, but just barely, and Devil's Anchor does have their finger in line. They've got an opportunity here. So if you look at the overhead, you see that K-Shot sneaking around the corner, popping missiles. They're gonna go for that flank. They're not gonna get anything, and they're gonna risk getting caught up in the K-Pro. They gotta run. And 2 members of their teammates are down. So they're gonna be in trouble, and that's left Devil's Anchor with quite the opening. Not Booyah X. I don't know why I'm busy here.
Booyah X, Booyah Back, same difference. But right now, it is Devil's Anchor in control. And 2 down again on Booyah Back. Ooh! CDS finding that opening, though, able to prevent too much damage from getting done, as that's 3 down on the side of Devil's Anchor. Booyah Back able to prevent the tower from going too far, as it is another pick. That K-Shot getting their revenge there, and they are just going to continue to go forward. Get another pick, and they have those missiles at the ready, too. They are doing so well. They're going to hop on the tower and actually give that to their teammate while they pop missiles. CDS riding the tower right now. Booyah Back's got a chance to just take the lead right back for themselves. All they gotta do is get through that checkpoint. Both K-Shots are down right now, and all the members of Booyah Back are just trying to hold this checkpoint, which they do. That's 3 down on their side, but was it worth it as we go into the last minute and 15 seconds of this game? Devil's Anchor in control of the tower right now, trying to get an opening down, 1 down on both sides, and it looks like it could be anybody's game right now.
Yeah, so we see both looks like the members of Ain't No Booyah Back Girl are swarming the tower, trying to keep Devil's Anchor from taking the lead, and do succeed. Chasing Devil's Anchor back, they're 3 down, the C just lost them off, and they're gonna back up so they can, but they die, so the Ray is gonna be out of the way of Booyah Back, and they're gonna be in a position to start up another push, and if anything, this is where they want to finish it. They want to keep this push going as long as possible, take out as many members of Devil's Anchor as they can, just so that Devil's Anchor doesn't get an opportunity to regroup.
This 52 getting a double, doing exactly that. And look at that. 3 down, the Ray being the last one alive. GG Ray, not really GG Ray, just a desperate Ray. Trying to stop that push from going further, but that first checkpoint falls. This K-Shot down here getting a double. and Booyah Batgirl is fully in the zone right now. 50 seconds left and 3 down on the side of Devil's Anchor. They're scrambling right now. They need to get onto this tower, and they need to take it all the way to the other side of the map, but they can't do it with the baller. The baller falls off of the tower. 2 seconds left right now, and a pick, but it's not going to be enough, as that is the tournament for Ain't No Booyah Batgirl.
Yes, they're going to take the tournament. Despite losing to the same team they're beating right now, they're going to win a game that matters. They're going to take the entire tournament home. The really good performance.
Oh my goodness! 19 KA!
19! That's
and
crazy.
5 missiles. This is a win well deserved. Oh my goodness. Oh. I mean, the K-Shot just went crazy at the end with all of the picks they were getting, just not letting Devil's Anchor move at all. And that is such an impressive way to end a tournament.
Yes, and I think that's everything, and I think both of us are incredibly tired because we've been stopping until we started commentating.
Yeah.
And we're just, yeah.
But yeah.
So that's gonna be it. Sorry.
And just a huge thank you to everybody at Checkpoint 1 that helped run and staff this, and everybody at Inkling Performance Labs, as they did help stream this. Yeah, they're on the streaming on the channel they are watching right now. Thank you all in the audience for coming out and watching and gambling channel points with us.
Make money, yes. And listening to the co-captains co-commentate.
Yes. Yes. But yeah, I believe that is, we are going to be wrapping up here. Cork, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
They can find me at Strange Corks on Twitter. I don't say much on Twitter, I just retweet stuff, but yeah, there. Hi, if you really want to look at my Twitter.
And you can find me at Cater_. I do actually talk on Twitter. I make art and I talk about other stuff I commentate. I run around in a lot of different organizations. But yeah, that does it for both of us, and that is the Checkpoint 1 in-house tournament number 3 going to Ain't No Booyah Batgirl. Thank you all so very much for watching, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day.
Goodbye.
Gay, homosexual, gay.
Sexual gay.